Lepo je vas vidjeti i ovde danas. Ovo je jedan od seminara u nizu koji će se održati u našoj zemlji. Današnji seminar će razmatrati sa medicinske strane upotrebu kanabisa. Imamo goste koji su medicinski stručnjaci. Prvi govornik će biti naš dragi gost Rick Simpson. I došlo do tehničke greške, u javnosti je izašla najava da je Rick Simpson osnivač Phoenix Tears Foundation, ali to nije, on je pomogao fondaciji, ali nije osnivač. Takođe je izašao pogrešan web sajt, ali pravi web sajt će gospodin Rick Simpson već najaviti. Takođe danas od govornika imat ćemo doktora Lumira Hanuša, doktora Paul Hornbija, koji je takođe juče bio, i imat ćemo Skype uključenje iz Amerike, razgovor sa doktorom Robert Bob Melmaidom. Ovo je vrlo važno i ovo je jedan važan deo u procesu legalizacije medicinske upotrebe kanabisa. Zato smo okupili stručnjake da na jedan ozbiljan, naučni način pokažemo ne samo široj javnosti, nego i institucijama kakav prilaz imamo marihuani. Hvala vam i uživajte. Prijetno.
Today you're going to hear some of the top experts in the world in this field speak about this subject, and I think you'll find what they have to say to be very, very compelling. Now, there was a foul-up, I guess, I think the lady explained it, because they had mentioned that I had founded the Phoenix Tears Foundation, which is not true, and I am not connected with CureYourOwnCancer.org. My only website is the PhoenixTears.ca website, and if you go to that website, you can find all the information available to produce your own medicine, the dosage instructions and everything. And plus we have actually 3 books on this subject that are available as e-books, and we're getting these books in print, and then, well, actually the first one's going to be this coming week. So I think that you'll find all the information you need at PhoenixTears.ca. Now I'm going to do after the lecture, I'm going to do a short question and answer period, and then I'll make myself available either upstairs or outside to anyone that has any further questions. So I hope that will make everything work out right. Somebody just turned off my lights. I'm sorry about that, folks. starving children who live in countries where natural disasters have taken place. And often these events occur in areas with harsh climates. Now, what would happen if the governments of these devastated nations were to allow their citizens to grow cannabis to satisfy their nutritional requirements? Since many strains of cannabis are so hardy and grow well in harsh environments, I can only conclude that if this were done, it would put an end to all this needless suffering, and many who would otherwise die from malnutrition could be saved. Now let's talk about energy. Those who provide us with the energy we require to run our cars and the fossil fuels needed to fuel our power generating plants like to tell us that if we try to use hemp as an energy source, that it would eat up too much of our valuable farmland. So therefore, such a solution is not viable. Statements such as this are simply being used as propaganda to ensure that these companies will remain in business. And in reality, these statements have no basis in fact. The simple truth is, when farmers grow cannabis on a large scale, they can not only provide a sustainable, non-polluting source of energy, but a wonderful food source and medicine as well. With the new methods available today, as much as 1,800 gallons of ethanol can be produced from 1 acre of cannabis hemp, which equals about 4,200 square meters of land under cultivation. This means that if every household were to grow 1 acre of hemp, they would then be energy independent and no longer at the mercy of the big energy providers.
to help them survive. Okay. Over 50,000 different items can be produced from the cannabis hemp plant, and just about everything from plastics to building materials and anything else we require in our day-to-day lives can be manufactured from this plant while doing little or no further damage to our environment. Well, there's no end to the different ways that this plant can be used, and I think that it's time that we all grew up as a species and started using this plant properly. You know, this is man's best friend. Cannabis hemp has never been the enemy. You know, these laws were put in place just to keep us away from its use. But, I mean, I've studied this plant for over a decade myself, and we have never found anything about this plant that is not beneficial. Everything we've ever been told is nothing more than a pack of lies. If we are truly serious about saving our planet, growing cannabis hemp to fulfill our needs is the only rational solution. If we begin to grow this plant everywhere on a large scale once more, it will not only provide us with most of the necessities we require to exist, it will also provide farmers with a viable crop to grow, and it will create countless jobs in earth-friendly hemp-based industries which could put an end to our unemployment problems. And I think in a short time we could have a hemp-based economy. Now let's take a hard look at medicine. This is my favorite subject. This one. There, a little bit better. The face of what we call medicine today will be forever changed once high-quality extracts from medicinal strains of hemp are made available. The harm that cancer-causing treatments such as chemotherapy and radiation, etc., are causing will finally be recognized, and very soon the use of this type of madness will no longer be employed. Now, I think we've all known a bit about what went on in the United States. I mean, in the 1970s, the Medical School of Virginia conducted a study, and the study indicated that THC, the active ingredient in cannabis, had been found to kill cancer cells. Now, the government at that time, I believe it was President Gerald Ford, he passed all research rights over to the pharmaceutical industry. And of course, their aim was to synthesize the cannabinoids. You know, they told us that they needed to take the high out of this medicine. Well, getting high on cannabis never harmed anyone or killed anyone. You know, they sell us opiates, you know, hydromorphine, OxyContin. This is the trash they sell us. It's addictive, it's dangerous, and it's deadly. But the pharmaceutical industry needs to take the high out of cannabis before it can be used as a medicine. As a matter of fact, they don't even want to use the cannabis. At that time, the dream was to make the synthetic cannabinoids available. And they have done that with products like Dronabinol, Marinol. Now, these are synthetic cannabinoids, but they are only effective in the treatment of about 13% of us. And they come with side effects. Now, the natural cannabinoids from the plant themselves, they cause no harm. There's no danger. So, and why do we need to make synthetic cannabinoids when Mother Nature can provide us with the real thing?
This is the better one.
Okay. Okay, brother. Now, I think you can understand yourself how absurd this whole thing really is. You know, it makes no sense. These laws should never have been put in place. They were all based in corruption. So I think now that the public knows the truth about the healing powers of this plant and the oils it produces, there's no holding this back now. We are going to have the medicine, and we are going to have it soon. Once public opinion forces governments to allow the use of medicines produced from cannabis and other medicinal plants, doctors will no longer be forced to use treatments they know to be harmful, and they will be able to treat and heal their patients in a much more effective and harmless manner. We cannot blame the governments of today for the corruption which was allowed to take place in the past. But now that the truth is finally becoming widely known, any government which still refuses to do what is right for their people should be taken out of office as quickly as possible. Because, any government, the first responsibility they have is the health and welfare of their people. It's not agreements they have with the United Nations or the European Union or any other organization. The people come first, and that's what governments have to start realizing. In addition, governments must also begin to allow their citizens to grow their own hemp to fulfill their medical needs if they should choose to do so. Since there was never any logical reason other than greed as to why cannabis was ever outlawed in the first place, and we now know that natural non-addictive extracts from this plant can treat most serious health conditions harmlessly and very effectively, what right could any government possibly have to deny the use of this God-given plant to those who require its use as a medicine? How could anyone who thinks rationally reject the truth about the benefits this wonder of nature can provide? For decades now, we have allowed ourselves to be robbed of the use of what is probably the greatest and most beneficial natural resource we have on this planet. So now that we know the truth and realize that growing this plant in reality is our only salvation, don't you think it's about time that we all got together and brought this about? The healing powers of oils produced from medicinal varieties of cannabis are now being recognized by countless individuals worldwide, and the use of this life-saving medication is gaining vast numbers of followers every day. At present, one country after another are legalizing the medicinal use of cannabis, but governments are saying very little about why this is occurring. For many years, activists have been trying to have the smoking aspect of this healing plant made legal to help those with medical problems. But for the most part, all their efforts have been ignored, since big money interests which control our news media have been successful in convincing many people that these activists are simply trying to have the drug they choose to use themselves made legal. Even though smoking cannabis is now finally being recognized as a form of preventative medicine, and those who enjoy its use are much less likely to suffer from many serious medical conditions, still government officials have sat behind their desks and done nothing. But now that the healing powers of oils produced from this same plant are gaining such notoriety as a miracle worker, one government after another are making its medicinal use legal once more. It is the medical effectiveness of these oils which is bringing this all about. But with the knowledge we now have pertaining to its healing powers, it makes one wonder how the medicinal use of this plant was ever restricted in the first place. This plant has been recognized in medicinal use for 5,000 years. It's man's oldest known and safest medication. Back in the 1800s and early 1900s, hundreds of the different pharmaceutical preparations contained cannabis hemp and cannabis resins because of their healing abilities. And that's the big part of the reason why the pharmaceutical industry wanted to have this plant outlawed, because it was a huge threat to their industry. And now, when the oils from this plant, when the people recognize the healing powers of these oils, I think it's safe to say that the pharmaceutical industry, I think they're going to be out of work, and I believe they're going to be out of business. Every law, statute, or act which was ever imposed against the free-growing use of this plant were based in corruption. These restrictions were simply designed to keep us all enslaved to the wants and needs of the most wealthy among us. And if given the opportunity, these are the same lunatics who plan to eliminate over 90% of the Earth's current population. Well, I have some bad news for those who think they have the right to control us while trying to eliminate the vast majority of those who currently populate this planet. Your laws and restrictions are not worth the paper they are written on. And we will not passively continue into the depths of despair and allow sick-minded individuals like those who are presently in control to guide our destiny. Now that we know the truth about this plant and what the mega-rich have planned for us, we would have to be total idiots to allow them to fulfill their aims. No matter if you are a government official, a doctor, a lawyer, a police officer, etc., your friends and loved ones are needlessly suffering and dying too at the hands of these criminals whose policies you have continued to enforce. So I think it's just about time that people who work in these professions and others begin to realize the harm they are causing to their fellow man and start to work for the greater good of those who are paying their salaries. As someone in a position of public trust, your first responsibility is the health and well-being of the public you are supposed to serve, and to blindly continue to enforce policies which bring harm to our species is no longer acceptable. Once individuals in many fields of endeavor see the error of their ways and begin to do their jobs more properly, medicine and many other things about our society will be forever changed for the better. Isn't this what we all truly desire? And if so, we have the means to bring this about if we simply stand together and see that it comes to pass. Truly, it can only be said, we are all to blame for allowing our earth to become so toxic that now all of these toxins and poisons we have allowed to escape into our environment are having a very detrimental effect on the health of all living creatures, including man. This self-destructive behavior must be brought to a halt, or very soon there is a strong possibility that our species and many others will face extinction. Look into the eyes of your children and your grandchildren and tell me, is this the future you want them to endure? If we are to call ourselves rational human beings, it is our responsibility to see that coming generations are not given a death sentence simply because we refuse to act so they could have a decent future. Should we continue to remain silent about what is being done to mankind and this earth we need to survive, then it can only be said that we have become the authors of our own destruction. It's hard to accept the fact that our way of life is based on the wants and needs of the mega-rich, and in reality, it was their manipulation that has brought us now to the very brink of destruction. We have allowed the big money interests to do more damage to this planet in the last 100 years than in all human history combined. How much longer are we to ignore the catastrophic events which their way of doing business causes? And how much longer are we willing to turn our backs on the obvious harm these events are doing to both our health and this earth? Since it appears that most governments are unwilling to put a stop to the destructive nature of the business practices of the rich elite, then the only alternative we have, if we wish to survive, is to unite the people of all nations to bring this reign of terror to an end. We are the human race, and we shall overcome. But let's try to handle what is to come in the near future in the most rational way possible, without employing the use of violence. We cannot build something better if we start out by making the same mistakes we have made in the past. So just for once, let's get it right this time, for we may never have this opportunity again. In truth, we now have the medicine of our dreams at our disposal, And the only thing that is preventing us from its free use are a bunch of rules and regulations that the rich and powerful have put in place. To my way of thinking, I find it inconceivable that we would allow them to continue on with this travesty when indeed we now all know the truth. No one ever had the right to outlaw the use of this life-saving gift from nature, and no one has the right to tell you that you cannot grow and use this plant to fulfill your medicinal needs. As human beings, it is our natural right to employ the use of medicinal plants and herbs in our quest to remain healthy. So let us now see that all laws, regulations, and acts, etc., restricting us from the use of the cannabis hemp plant are repealed. Everything I have told the public for the past 11 years about the healing powers of this plant have now been proven to be true. The scientific studies are available, and there are countless individuals who have put video clips up on YouTube attesting to the effectiveness of these oils in the treatment of practically all conditions, including the most dreaded of all, cancer. This plant belongs to us all, and let no man try to tell you otherwise. When we again begin to grow cannabis properly and without restrictions, we can set ourselves free from the manipulation and corruption of the past. We can now create the world we have all dreamed of, if only we have the will to achieve our aims. So please join with me and let's give humanity a second chance. If we simply stand together, I have no doubt that we can make it so. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that you will learn a great deal here today, and then together we can make things better for everyone. Thank you. There we go. That's okay. This is the part of the lectures that I actually enjoy the most, the questions and answers. You know, I mean, this is a very serious subject, but usually we have a little fun with this, so I hope you enjoy it. Now, I have to get my headgear on here so I can hear the translation, so just give me a second. Thank you. Now, does anyone have any questions? Do we have a mic for this lady?
First of all, Mr. Simpson, I would like to say thank you for everything you have done and that you are doing right now. I read a lot, but most of the cases were regarding the cure of cancer. But I saw one or two clips regarding the...
I'm sorry.
I'm speaking in English. Sorry, maybe that maybe that I don't look so much as a generation who might be fluent in English.
Okay.
Actually, first of all, I have to say thank you for whatever you have done up to now and what are you doing today.
You're more than welcome.
And I read that you are a war veteran. I'm a daughter of a war veteran from the Second World War. And what I admired with you particularly is that you're so persistent, that you have courage and that you don't stop, that there is nothing to stop you. I read a lot about the cure of cancer patients, but there are only one or two video clips that I found about curing diabetes. Two or both types.
Yeah.
So I would like to find out from you what are your experiences and the results in that respect, particularly about diabetes.
About diabetes. Well, we've had magnificent results treating diabetics. You know, I mean, many people that came to me with terminal cancers were also diabetics. And quite often, the reason they were diabetics was caused from some of the pharmaceutical medications that their doctors had given them. But what we've seen with diabetics, you see, it's not just about lowering your insulin intake. In many cases, people get on the oil, they no longer need the insulin. In a very short time, their need for insulin is completely gone. But there are some cases in both type 1 and type 2 that we've had reports where all they could do was lower their insulin intake. Now, you know, it's still, when you look at what the oil does for the human body, for a diabetic, this is the most beneficial substance that you could take because it undoes the damage from this disease, the nerve damage. It helps with your circulation. And diabetics no longer have to get their feet and their legs cut off from diabetic infections because this oil will heal diabetic ulcers very effectively and very quickly. That's something that the medical system says they can't do, but the oil can. So I recommend strongly anybody with diabetes, try the oil, and I don't think you'll regret it.
The question and answer comes after your oral lectures. We have a program that we have to
Well,
take
somebody
care of.
told me to do the questions.
I know, it's no problem. But
Okay, so just look.
just explain that it'll be even, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry, folks. There's been another bit of a mix-up, I guess. I was told that I was supposed to do some questions and answers, but apparently we're going to continue on with the other lecturers. But I'll make myself available up here and outside to anyone that would, you know, that needs to have questions answered, and I'll be here until the event is over. So I hope you all enjoy what, you know, that you have a good time, and I hope you learn a great deal from, you know, these experts, because these are the top people in the world, and these are the people that government should be listening to. So thank you very much.
shining star.
Ja se izvinjam, ako biste mogli da zauzmete svoja mesta, dr. Lumír Hanuš će vam pokazati svoju prezentaciju i reći nešto o tome čime se bavi. Dr. Lumír, please. Ja vas molim još jedan put da sednete na svoja mesta, da saslušamo profesora u tišini.
Good afternoon. My name is Lumír Hanuš. I arrived from Jerusalem, where I am working on... where I work on cannabis research last 24 years. Yes, it's a wonderful city, as you can see on this picture, and I work at Hebrew University, which is connected with Medical Hospital Hadassah. But originally I am Czech. I am from Czech Republic, from city Olomouc, a very small city, and this is after Prague the most historical city in Czech Republic. And when I was small, I liked to play and walk through the parks, because we have a lot of parks and very high city walls. And in the park we have mausoleum, and it was for me interesting like for a child. So, and then I found that there are buried 1,188 Yugoslav soldiers from Serbia, Slovenia and Croatia. Mostly these are Serbs. And I was interested to visit Yugoslavia, but unfortunately it was not in agreement with security of the country, so they didn't allow me during communist period. So I saw this only on countries, and soldiers are buried, as you can see, 1,118 in such small coffins. So I am very happy that I was invited to Serbia, and I am here for the first time in my life, and so I fulfilled what I wanted to do already 30 years ago. I am a scientist, so I work on cannabis research I work on that already 43 years, 20 years in Czechoslovakia and 24 years in Israel. So I would like to present my lecture from cannabis to endocannabinoids, from ancient to present medical use. Just only for information, you know that cannabis is used worldwide, not only for treatment, but also like officially it's illegal substance. So 250,000 annual, 225 million annual users. About 40% are daily users, about 10% became dependent. And this is small percentage, but it's not such easy to escape this because usually when they try to stop smoking, so symptoms which are coming, sometimes they can treat only with a joint. But anytime, cannabis is a wonderful plant, has male plants and female plants, and flowering tops of female plants are called marijuana in very small part of the world, and they adopted it for the plant. So when we are talking about cannabis, I never use word marijuana, because cannabis is konopi or konoplja, and I call it léčivé konopí, or I call it medicinal cannabis, or I call it simply like that, because if you use marijuana, immediately people are afraid of that. And it is not marijuana, it is plant, it's hemp, and only one part of this plant is called marijuana in one part of the world. So why to use foreigner words? This is medical cannabis. I was surprised several years ago. I had a lecture in Siberia, in Tomsk, and around the road, kilometers and kilometers, I was surprised I saw cannabis. So this is just part of the world where is native cannabis, and probably if they want prohibit it over there and won't ever eradicate it, it should be very expensive program. Concerning cannabis, it's used as medicinal plants and as industrial plants already 1,000 years. Maybe the oldest is discovery in Czech Republic, in Moravia. Czech and American archaeologists found simply impressions of the fibers, and probably because over there were found also cannabis pollen, so it's probability that this was fibers of cannabis, and it's about 25,000 years ago. What is proved, what they found also in some tombs in China, some clothes, some shoes, which were from cannabis plant. So it was about 6,000 years ago. They call it Ma. This is this Chinese sign which you can see. This is like male and female plant, but this is just Chinese signature for Ma, from cannabis plant. Around 5,000 years ago was in China mythical emperor Shen Nung, who he is considered like father of agriculture, and he used hemp, which he called chuma. As I said, ma is hemp and chu is female, so chuma is female hemp as medicine, and he treated malaria, gout, beriberi, constipation, rheumatism, absent-mindedness, and menstrual problems. And he saw that this is superior elixir of immortality. So as you see, cannabis was appreciated just many thousand years ago. About 2 years ago, arrived to Jerusalem Chinese scientist and brought us hemp from the tomb, where they found leather and a wooden bowl filled with parts of cannabis plant. And it was identified very nicely. It was no problem. But they wanted to know if in the hairs, because it was tomb of shaman where they found it, and there was these long Chinese hairs, and they wanted to see if there is any compound from cannabis. Unfortunately, we didn't find in the hairs any these compounds, so it's not sure for what they use it, if for medical purposes or for shamanistic purposes. Very interesting was Assyria. They left their legacy on clay tablets, which were discovered by archaeologists, and they ruled a big part of Middle East for almost millennium, and they called cannabis by different names. If they use it like rope, so they call it gurguru. For religious rites, they call it kunubu. Hand of ghost was azala. It means probably some neurological diseases were treated under name azala with cannabis. And ganzi gunnu, what is exact translation? Robber which can screw your soul away. So this is what means probably this psychotomimetic influence of cannabis, what we know today. If we go to Egypt, in Egypt they called almost 2,000 years ago medicinal cannabis like Shemshem II, and on discovered Ebers papyrus cannabis is mentioned twice. One time is mentioned like hemp ground in honey introduced into her vagina, probably treatment of inflammation. And then in second part of this papyrus, remedy for a toenail. So as you can see, also in Egypt it was used as medicinal plant. Of course, it were not such knowledges as we know today, but still it was good medicine. If we go to India, and there are famous Vedas, so one of them, Atharva Veda, considered cannabis as sacred grass, and there is written that preserve one from disease and prolong the years we have to live. So again, that cannabis is important medicinal plant. In Russia, were discovered tomb of Scythians, and thanks to Herodotus of Halicarnassus, we know how they use it. Scythians, they look like that because this is just picture what was on the leather in their tomb, and in the tomb they found also burnt cannabis seeds, and it was written in this history that they used the seeds, they threw them on hot stones and covered themselves with blankets, and then were influenced by cannabis and hold like wolves. According to my opinion, these were not only cannabis seeds, but these were probably fruiting tops, as you can see on the picture. And these fruiting tops are full of the seeds, so probably they threw these fruiting tops with seeds on this hot stone. And of course, it was like vaporization, and they were influenced by cannabis. I cannot talk about whole history, but if we look to ancient Rome, so Pliny the Elder used cannabis roots for the treatment, and in Greece, Pedanius Dioscorides, the same about at the same time, also mentioned cannabis roots as medicaments. So maybe that it was independent, because many discoveries happened at the same time at different parts of the world independently. So maybe they didn't know these knowledges of them. It's worth to also mention Hua Tuo. This was the first physician which developed to use cannabis for anesthesia. He used Maifesan, what was cannabis with wine. Unfortunately, we don't know today what was exactly the recipes, but he could do complicated surgery when he did laparotomy. So it was anesthesia. So again, very useful for medicine. Some years ago, were discovered about 23 kilometers from Jerusalem in the city Beth Shemesh, tomb of young girl. And this girl, probably during birth, because she was young and her pelvis was not developed as it's supposed to be, so during to giving birth to the child, she died and left child in her body, and also skeleton of this small child was found over there. But archaeologists, they found also some gray material, which you can see on the picture, and then brought it to our lab. And when we analyzed it, we found that there was delta 8 THC. This is more stable isomer of tetrahydrocannabinol. It's also psychoactive, but it's weaker and it's very stable. So after 16th century, still we had possibility to identify it. If I go to the present, you know that it's very hard to find in Europe hashish today, because there are such strains of marijuana that nobody needs to buy hashish. But in Israel still is smuggled hashish from Lebanon or from Morocco, and also we can find some hashish from India, and they call it soul. It's like a package which is about like shoes size, and as you can see, they print on that very interesting printings. It's like Aladdin's lamp. At your service, the best in your hands. And as you see, Baalbek, so it's from Lebanon, or large fortress. It means Baalbek terraces. Or there was also, I found also with camel, because camel is a symbol of patience without borders. So camel. I want to return to China, because cannabis was not used as psychoactive compound, as industrial compound, as medicine, but also as food. So an old cannabis culture is in Bama region in China, where is Yao minority, and these are healthiest and longest lived people in the world. It's something unbelievable for geriatrians, and they study them because they are unbelievably healthy. If you see, only 4 of 10,000 inhabitants will get cancer. It means it's in comparison with other world, nothing. So scientists wanted to study it, and they found that over 2,000 years they cultivate over there cannabis, which they use in the kitchen. Secret of their longevity is rice wine, snake wine, but the main is soup made from oily seeds of the cannabis plant. They prepare so-called soup of longevity. They wash cannabis seeds, then they heat them. Heat them in the water, and they add some vegetable and eat this soup. And they are very healthy because of that. Except of that, they also used hemp like industrial product. You know, I want to show some pictures of people which are living over there. This is the highest frequency of people over 90, 100, and 110 years anywhere around the world. Here is one scientist, Keith Young, with lady which is over 100 years old, 107 years old, or Dr. Mark Rosenfeld, which also work on medicinal cannabis, with old man, which is 115 years old. People which are around 100 years still are working, like this young lady. What is very interesting for me, like for scientists, that even cannabis grows over there very old, what you can see, these are cannabis trees which are 25 years old. We know that this is annual plant, so I would like really to have samples to check what is that. You know, in China it's not such easy because they can produce over there only industrial cannabis, because for cannabis in China is death penalty, so very dangerous to cultivate cannabis. I was recently in Jamaica, and I met on my lecture Rasta and Tavehedo. These are Christians and Rastafarians which use cannabis as sacrament. So it was very interesting because they took me to the mountains. It's illegal. We just had seminar over there for legalization of cannabis medicinal cannabis in Jamaica. So they took me to the mountains. I was able to see how they cultivate this cannabis, of course illegally. So it was a really big privilege because they told us that he never brought foreigner to see that. Concerning modern use of medicinal cannabis, I must mention John Russ Reynolds, which already in 1859 wrote that for the relief of certain kind of pain, I believe there is no more useful medicine than cannabis within our reach. And around 30 years later, he again wrote that Indian hemp, when pure and administered carefully, is one of the most valuable medicines we possess. I was lucky that in 1970, I started to work on cannabis research at Palacký University in Olomouc in Czechoslovakia, where head of department was Professor Krejčí. This is very important person concerning medicinal cannabis. Probably you don't know, so I can explain. He studied higher plants for antibiotical principle, and he found that cannabis is very antibacterially active against gram-positive microorganisms, including some microorganisms which are pathogenic. So, and they successfully examined it clinically in stomatology, otorhinolaryngology, gynecology, dermatology, and so on. And already in 1955, a little bit higher, 1955, higher. They published structure of cannabidiolic acid. This was first ever cannabinoidic acid which was isolated from cannabis and was antibacterially active. So they tried to check it in medicine, and it was very successful. And already in 1954 was in Olomouc in Czechoslovakia conference Konopia colleague, cannabis as medicine. So as you can see, it's nothing new. It started already in 1954 in Czech Republic, and all the time they use cannabis in hospital. I was working at medical faculty from 1970 to 1990, and I prepared oil for drugstore, and they use this oil for treatment of patients in hospital. Of course, at that time, there were not such knowledges like today, but it was like antibacterial plant, very successfully used about virus herpes simplex, herpes zoster, or bed sores. You know, when patient is a long time in the bed, so has bed sores, so this can be very good treated with this cannabis. In 1940, American scientist Roger Adams tried to isolate active compound, which is delta-9-THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, and he elucidated almost structure, but didn't know exactly where is double bond in the molecule. So it was waiting longer time, up 1964, then Yechiel Gaoni and Raphael Meshulam at Weizmann Institute. Later he came to Hebrew University, and he's my boss, Professor Meshulam. So they isolated and elucidated structure of delta 9 THC. So from that time, they knew exactly what is the active compound and started real science. At the same time, in 1963, identified structure independently Professor Šantaví in Olomouc at Palacký University in Czechoslovakia, and this publication also appeared in 1964. So two independent scientists discovered the same, but Professor Šantaví is unknown because they published in University Acta, what was a local scientific journal, and nobody knew about it. So it was elucidated like this structure, delta 9 THC, which is very famous compound, especially for recreational users. If you read literature, usually they tell you there is around 500 compounds identified in cannabis and about 70 cannabinoids, but it's not like that. I did a detailed study and I have all these publications. Today are known 1,015 compounds in cannabis. 125 of them are cannabinoid compounds. These are typical compounds which are only in cannabis and you cannot find it in any other plant. And 850 are other identified substances. Because we today are talking only about THC and CBD, you can see how can be complicated to find exactly what is the best for treatment, because it's complex of many compounds which work synergically, and it's every time better green medicine than pure active compound. These are the main compounds which are in cannabis. In the fact, all compounds are as cannabinoidic acids, and only after decarboxylation or during storage cannabis, if you store it longer time, so after you can see other compounds, cannabidiol, tetrahydrocannabinol, and cannabinol, and their propyl derivatives are the main compounds in cannabis. As I said, these compounds are as cannabinoidic acids, because these are precursors of these active compounds, and if you collect cannabis and you don't heat it, even if it's a very good strain, it doesn't help you, because the most important compound we can find only after decarboxylation. From this cannabigerolic acid originates this antibacterially active cannabidiolic acid and psychoactive tetrahydrocannabinol. So to use cannabis, you must heat it. When it is used for treatment and it's smoked, so it's no problem, because it's decarboxylates instantly in cigarette. If you prepare cakes, no problem, because you bake them and compounds are decarboxylated. But if you use it by cold way, from start you must decarboxylate it to heat it, and only then use it as medicine. When scientists had already this active compound, tetrahydrocannabinols, so they were curious to know how it works in organism, because it was known what happens when somebody uses tetrahydrocannabinol or small cigarette, but they didn't know how it works. And finally, in 1988, American scientist, this was molecular pharmacologist William Devane, discovered in the brain cannabinoid receptors. And to these receptors binds these cannabinoids from the plant. Just for simple explanation, you can imagine cannabinoid receptors like lock, and THC and these active compounds like key. So when you use cannabis, so this key, THC, enters this lock, cannabinoid receptors, and activates these receptors and start everything what we know, what happens after use of THC. Of course, these cannabinoid receptors were studied, and they found it not only in brain but also in testes, This was called central cannabinoid receptor. Today they call it CB1. And then in spleen, tonsils, and immune cells, they found CB2 receptor, which has advantage that if this key binds to this lock, to CB2, so there is no psychoactive activity. So target of scientists is to have medicine with CB2 receptors. If you look what happens after smoking cannabis, so when were discovered the receptors and they knew where are they exactly, so they could understand why it, for instance, influences movement control, because it's high concentration in basal ganglia. Why it influences body movement, coordination, because it's in cerebellum. Why it influences learning and memory and stress in hippocampus, and higher cognitive function or reward. You know, you are rewarded, so also it's everything in the brain. So as I said, in brain and reproductive system and lymphoid organs, pancreas, macrophages. These are the main, but in the fact, cannabinoid receptors are one of the most spread receptors in human body, almost anywhere in the human body, and this explains why you can treat so many diseases. And recently scientists from National Institute of Health, from the laboratory where I also had privilege twice to work with the scientists, so they published paper where they mentioned that probably in the near future almost all diseases will be treated with cannabis. This is thanks to cannabinoid receptors in the body. So when already was known tetrahydrocannabinol and were known cannabinoid receptors, so it was clear that these receptors are not in the body to wait when somebody smokes cannabis and can start activation of these receptors. So scientists were interested in what are the real compounds in the body which influence these receptors and activates them. And I was very lucky again, because exactly at that time for communism or socialism in Czechoslovakia, it was in November, and I was already 16 years in contact with Professor Meshulam from Hebrew University. So in February 1990 he invited me just for 1 year, and in September 1990 I was already in Jerusalem. And the target was isolate from the brain compound which binds to cannabinoid receptors. It was something very complicated, because you have brain and now you must separate all compounds and check them. But fortunately he invited also this discoverer of cannabinoid receptors, so it was for us much more easier, because I isolated and he checked every time these fractions for activity, and by such way we could purify this compound and knew more and more. And then ended 1 year, and Professor Meshulam said, oh, we should probably close this research because we have no results, but we forced him to continue. So he said, oh, okay, so another 1 year. And after half a year, it was in March 1992, one day I had in my hand pure compound which binds to cannabinoid receptors. And we named this compound anandamide. We sent it to Scotland. They check how it works in the body, and they found that it works exactly like cannabinoids. So in the fact, cannabinoids mimic action of endocannabinoids, how we call all this compound. We named this compound anandamide. This is scientist William Devane with me. This is discoverer of cannabinoid receptors. And this is the compound. We called it anandamide. Ananda, it's in Sanskrit, bliss, delight. What we expected, what is the action of this compound, and then at the same time it was like also this happiness of discoverers. And anandamide, because it's amide, is arachidonyl ethanolamide. It was just simple molecule because we saw that it will be peptide, it will be complicated, because many scientific groups were hunting for this compound. So you must have luck. Then later they check quantities in the brain, and they found that in the brain it's only in picomole concentrations. So I really don't understand up to date how I succeed to isolate it, because these are so small amounts that it's almost nothing. We isolated it firstly from pig brains, and we used kilograms and kilograms of pig brains, so it was simply luck. You sometimes need also luck. So it's neurogenous neurotransmitter, molecular messenger, and as you see, it plays a role just where it's used for treatment, cannabis, pain, depression, appetite, memory, fertility, everything. What is very interesting that two different compounds were found in high plant, tetrahydrocannabinol, and in the brain, anandamide, which binds to the same place in the body for cannabinoid receptors. And what was interesting, that even activity of these two different compounds is the same, what we didn't expect. Later we succeeded this green names. These are compounds which we identified at Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and two compounds, virodamine and arachidonyl dopamine, were identified in the United States. Very simply describe the activity, scientist Vincenzo Di Marzo. Relax, eat, sleep, forget, protect. In these words is everything what cannabis can do. When I am talking about cannabis, it's wonderful medicines, it's powerful medicine, but you must know that it's not panaceum, that it will not treat 100% patients. So I every time say for no, it doesn't cure every time, it doesn't cure everybody, it doesn't cure every disease, and it doesn't cure every stage of disease. But in the fact this is powerful, that it works at, it depends on diseases, usually between 80 and 90% it's successful. But you must take in consideration that there will be also some patients that treatment will not be successful, because genetically we are different. So somebody can treat himself, herself, somebody not. You know, cannabinoids are not innocent compounds. You must know that there is some risk which is very small, and if you compare it is legal pills in legal medicine, so it's no problem. But every time we must mention it, even when this risk is almost zero. Yes, so it's higher for children and for adolescents. Simply human, when is developing brain and is not fully developed, so can happen some problem, but this should be only children or adolescents which have in family anamnesis some psychical disorders, or they are sensitive for such disorders, so it can be developed, but chances very small. We used in Israel for hundreds of children with cancer, and was no one example such problem. Only were examples that it didn't help, but not that it harmed. But when for adults it was no problem. It doesn't trigger any psychic disorders. The only problem is if you use cannabis as medicine, if you use inappropriate dose, too high dose, so of course you can be in stress, depressed, you can be afraid what will happen with you. But this is something what goes over during several hours without any problem. So every time this medicine, that is why in Israel people are educated, patients are educated before they use medicinal cannabis. They start from very small dosage and gradually increase it so that they don't have these problems. Okay. This I told you for children. Of course, every time parents and physician must decide if to use it for treatment for children. But children which are such sick that the only possibility is cannabis, so it's used, of course, without any problem. I don't know any example in Israel that was problem with child that has some depressions or some problems. But theoretically, it's possible. Of course, if you use cannabis, so important is not to drive. Even when they check patients, and patients with certain ability for driving, after use of cannabis, they had better ability and they were safer to drive cars, so of course it's not suggested and it's not recommended. Patient can develop certain tolerance that if patient use all the time the same dose, so then cannabis works only like medicine and doesn't influence your psyche, so it's no problem to drive car. But as soon as this patient change dosage, can be again problem. So it's better stay far from the car if you are treated with cannabis. Everybody is talking about THC. THC is really important for treatment, but like something new, they are talking maybe in the last 2 years or something more and more about cannabidiol, which is considered like antipsychotic drug. Of course, cannabidiol, it was used in 50s in Czechoslovakia, but now it's like new medicine. Structure is very simple, and again it was discovered, this structure, in 1963, Professor Meshulam in Jerusalem, in Rehovot, and Professor Shantavi in Czechoslovakia, again independently found the same structure. First evidence that it's antipsychotic, this compound, cannabidiol, it was in South Africa. In fact, in 1973, we cultivated cannabis from South Africa in Czechoslovakia, and we were surprised that we didn't find any cannabidiol in this cannabis. And then some scientists, they had from the same seeds from laboratory on narcotics, and they also were unable to find cannabidiol. And then was evidence that it's antipsychotic drug from South Africa, where was used cannabis without cannabidiol, and there were more psychotic diseases, and they found that this is because they use cannabis without cannabidiol. Just to check how powerful is cannabidiol as antipsychotic drugs, so scientists use healthy volunteers and gave them only tetrahydrocannabinol or tetrahydrocannabinol with cannabidiol. And as you can see, concerning disconnected thought, when they use only THC, these volunteers, so after 3 hours, about 50% of them had disconnected thought, but if they use tetrahydrocannabinol, the same amount with cannabidiol, they had no such problem. Perceptual disturbance, also after use of THC, it was up to 70% of volunteers. but when it was with cannabidiol, was no problem. The personalization, it was up to 50% after 6 hours. With cannabidiol, there was certain about 30% about 2 hours, but it was much more weaker. And resistance to communication, what is also common when you use cannabis. So it was also at healthy volunteers almost 70%, but if was used tetrahydrocannabinol with cannabidiol, so they had no such problems. So according just to these experiments, you can recognize how important is cannabidiol in the treatment. Cannabidiol has many mechanisms of activity, and this is very powerful medicine. Here I wrote several mechanisms of activity, but this is just for explanation. If this is just for another lecture. So it is as studied Zuardi et al. With Professor Meshulam. They studied cannabidiol like effective and safe alternative for schizophrenic patients, but they must use huge doses, about 100 milligrams a day of cannabidiol. Cannabidiol has many effects, as I a little bit wrote down here, like anxiolytic, panicolytic, anti-aversive, anti-schizophrenic, and also on autoimmune diseases like rheumatoid arthritis or diabetes. Simply it reduces unwanted CB1 effects, including loss of memory, you know, because when you use cannabis, just a joint when you smoke, so short memory is worse. So with cannabidiol, it's not this problem. Concerning this already, they mentioned here diabetes, and can be treated as diabetes 1, as diabetes 2, but also can be treated, as I show you on next slides, complications connected with diabetes. In Israel, were issued 15,000 licenses for patients to treat themselves with cannabis. Unfortunately, part of these patients were in terminal stage. So cannabis helped them just to have rest of their life better, and also more pleasant overcome to the other world. But still, patients which were treated last year, it was more than 11,000. And as you can see, the main was pain, then cancer, gastrointestinal problems like Crohn's disease and so on, Parkinson, post-traumatic stress disorder, very important, because in the fact cannabis can help you to forget something what was stressful for you. Maybe car accident, or you saw somebody was killed in car accident or in war. So not everybody overcome this without any problem. So this post-traumatic stress disorder can be also treated. Multiple sclerosis, of course, and some other diseases. I would like to tell you about how it goes in Israel. You will agree with me that this is excellent, and that is the best system which is used all around the world. If you want to use cannabis for treatment, you must go not to family physician, but to physician specialist. And physician specialists suggest you to the Ministry of the Health. And as soon as this disease is recognized for treatment, so you have permit from Ministry of Health, and we have 8 growers, 8 farmers which grow medicinal cannabis from the north up to the south. So you can go to one of these growers and you are connected with him. This grower trains you how to use cannabis safely, that you are not afraid that you use a huge dose, because it happened, and then such patient is in stress and said, never ever cannabis, it's not for me. And it was in many cases because didn't use cannabis appropriately. So they are trained, these growers distribute cannabis, and they are paid. Patient pays 370 shekels per month to the grower. It can be something like 10% of very low pension. And patient is in contact with grower. And now can happen that strain which he used for treatment is not good. So grower can tune it. He can try another strains and another amounts, and then can find exact what needs this patient. So this is the best style. Then it's in some other places that patient has it from drugstore. Here you have cannabis and treat yourself, like pill, and maybe this is not the correct strain. So this is better system, and patient can come back to the grower. And even if this is heart disease that patient cannot come, so they can bring you home also this cannabis, no problem. This service also is in Israel, so this is very good system. Cannabis is today, they tried growers many types of cannabis products. Usually cannabis is in oil. This is not cannabis oil, because cannabis oil is in the fact cannabis extract. Then you extract cannabis with solvent and then you evaporate it, and Rick Simpson called it oil. Yes? But what I'm talking about oil, this is just extract of cannabis plant in vegetable oil. So they use like medium and forte oils, two types. Cannabis cakes. These are predominantly used for children. As you can see, one baker prepared it and it has several parts, so you can use only small parts of this cake. So it's very safe, and patients which are not smoking, so they prefer also these cannabis cakes. Also can be prepared medium and forte cannabis cream, which of course cannot be sold just in store, because this has a higher amount of THC, which which a patient can use topically. So as I told you, permit was issued about for 15,000 Israelis, and we expect that in near future we shall have about 40,000 patients in Israel which will be treated with cannabis. I won't return. Unfortunately, I was supposed to have these slides when I talk about diabetes, and can be treated both as type 1 as type 2, and it was also proved that cannabidiol is very important in treatment of diabetes. Here I show you in Czech Republic is one grower, illegal grower of course, because there are not legal growers. His name is Dušan Dvořák, and he had many problems with police. He just only grows cannabis and treats patients and prepared for them oil and so on. So here is one example, lady, diabetic, 70 years old woman, and she had diabetic foot. What is, as you know, it usually terminates with amputation of the fingers and then up to the leg, because it continues. So he treated this lady with cannabis oil, as you can see, December 2010, and after half a year in May 2011, how it looks. It helped her very good. And she had, unfortunately, first picture they took with bad camera, so it's not such good. This was her second leg. which physicians suggested amputation. So he told her that she tried to treat it, and after half a year you can see how this diabetic toe looks, that it looks really very good, that return color of this leg. And I asked this is Dušan Dvořák, this guy which has many problems with the law, all the time is at trial. And on the other side is physician, which with him treated this woman. I asked him last week if he can visit this woman and take some pictures for me that I can show you. So this is this lady. This is her leg, which was supposed to be amputated. It looks like that. You can see how it looks. Now it looks very good. She still used this oil, and the other leg where was this thinner looks also very good. And this lady, she doesn't work too much, but he told me when he was over there she could do 50 steps. Like, so what is wonderful. This is Dušan. This is in his garden. He cultivates cannabis, and every time when he cultivates it, he sends letter to judges, to police, that he cultivates cannabis for treatment of patients and for research, but it's prohibited, so he's doing something illegal. So nothing happens after he sends letters, but when it's several days before harvest, so come volunteers and harvest him cannabis. This was for the 5th time, just about 1 week ago, and harvest his cannabis. So he has many problems, but he wants to go with his head against wall, because now he considers it like principle, you know, that patients must be treated, and is talking a lot about this diabetic foot, because this is not the best example, but he had these pictures which was able to give me immediately. In Israel, just I return, what is permitted to treat? As you see, oncological diseases, any type of cancer at any stage, chronic pain of different origin. You know, this is from different chronic pain, like for instance also phantom pain. You don't have leg, was amputated, but you have pain in this leg, which you don't have. So it can be also treated with cannabis. Multiple sclerosis, it's a wonderful treatment, of course. We heard yesterday how miraculous is cannabis for multiple sclerosis treatment. I have a friend in Prague, he was on a wheelchair, and treatment cost him 18,000 euro every year. Of course, without any success. Father suggested him try to smoke marijuana. So he did first puff and get up from wheelchair, like unbelievable. So he told us, so I am a healthy patient. So he started again work, and he is using all the time cannabis, and he tried also cannabis which grows wild in southern Moravia in Czech Republic, and this is very low with THC and CBD, and he found that also this helps him. So I saw it, he just one puff, and he told me exactly, I calculated it's 1.6 kilometers I walk without any problem with one puff. Otherwise he must stay on wheelchairs. So he is walking with stick, but he's okay. So what is red here, these are diseases which are treated experimentally. Yes, so these are not generally to all cannabis patients. So this is Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, Tourette disease, and fibromyalgia. But others like glaucoma, Crohn's disease, and other diseases of gastrointestinal tract, colitis, muscular dystrophy, AIDS, hypertension, PTSD, as I told you, diabetes, and others are treated in Israel with cannabis. And still we have more and more knowledge, so everything can be improved. what tried growers to prepare for patients. I had all these products for analysis. So dry flowering tops, this is common, this is the buds. Extracts from these flowering tops, this is so-called oil, cannabis oil. And extract of cannabinoid buds in oil. You put it to vegetable oil for extract. Cannabis cakes, which were not allowed, but are allowed for children. Cannabis tincture, which is very good, as I told you. Cannabis honey, cannabis sugar, cannabis cream even. They fill waffles with cannabis cream. Unfortunately, cannabis suppository, what is a very good choice, they didn't accept it in Israel, at least yet. Cannabis is very important to be sterile for patients, for immunocompromised patients, which undergoes this treatment because they have no resistance, no immunity. So it's very important because if cannabis is not clean, if there are some fungi or aspergillus, they can have aspergillosis, what can be very dangerous. They can die from that. So we tried also this patient treat with sterilized cannabis. There are a little bit decreased compounds, not significantly, but it's sterile and it's no danger, especially for children patients. And as you can see here, when are doing bone marrow transplantations, so this is many children, so they use just cannabis for treatment, and effectivity is about 80%, what is wonderful, because just show me medicine which treats at such high percentage successfully. It's not common. They feel also okay, they like to live, you know, they are happy, these children, so it's very important, this medicine. So why not to use it, and why, if it will be implemented in other countries, why start to research in this country, but already are other countries which has very good research, and they are ready to help, suggest, inform, free of charge. Nobody wants anything for that. We are just happy that we can present it, that we can help, you know, because this is the best reward, that you can help to somebody, just free of charge, without anything. Also important is neuroprotection, because as you know, there are many car accidents, especially young persons, teenagers and so on, has car accidents and have head injury. So we studied it at the Hebrew University, and we found that one of the endocannabinoids, this is compound or this key which produce brain, can protect this, because after head injury increased during 4 hours significantly this endocannabinoid, and after 24 hours, as you can see, still was higher level. So body was fighting to protect this injured head. We tried to use for treatment this 2-AG, this is 2-arachidonyl glycerol, this endocannabinoid, as you can see, control this white place on the left, this is just injury. And when we used 2-AG for treatment, so it was significantly faster. So this can show you protection, just natural protection of the body with endocannabinoids, and as cannabinoids mimic these endocannabinoids, so usefulness of treatment with cannabinoids. Appetite and feeding, very important. This again we studied at Hebrew University, how grows very small pups, just small mice, and they grow regular like green. If you give them THC, so they are even healthier and grew better. When we gave them antagonist, this SR1417116A, this is compound which blocks cannabinoid receptors, so in the body cannot enter these cannabinoid receptors, endocannabinoids, and also cannot enter cannabinoids. So you see that in 12 days, in 6 days, 12 pups died, and in 13 days, all pups were dead. But if they use this antagonist with THC, so these mice survive and they grew almost regularly, as you can see. So very important. Also bone remodeling, you know, for instance, okay, here I have another slide to that, concerning bones in Greece. There is just different density of the bones because they use olive oil, which is very healthy, and there are positive compounds. Okay, what I show you, these are some endocannabinoids: anandamide, arachidonyl serine, oleoyl ethanolamide, and oleoyl serine. And we again studied how it influences bones density, because also older people have osteoporosis. So if it was artificial ovariectomy, after ovariectomy start to be lower density of the bones, and when we gave to these animals oleoyl serine, so density of bones increased. So it influenced bones very good. So it can be in fact also in the future used for treatment of osteoporosis, because in the bones and in marrow also good amounts of cannabinoid receptors. Because of that it can be treated. Alzheimer's disease. This is, as I said, in Israel treated only experimentally, but I would like to show you several unbelievable simply examples. What I was surprised, we were all surprised. Because Alzheimer's disease is really debilitating disease, and patients with Alzheimer's, then when it's progressive, you cannot communicate with them. Yes, they are not speaking, they are not communicating. So in Israel, in one kibbutz, which is Na'am near Rehovot, and there are such patients, so they try to treat them with cannabis. Because these patients cannot smoke or cannot vaporize cannabis, they use small amounts of cannabis powder, and they put it to the yogurt, mix it, and gave to these patients. Happened something what one couldn't believe. 3 patients started to talk again. One patient not only talk normally, but also start to write, and one from this was 11 patients which were over there. And one patient felt so good, healthy, that he wanted to go back home. So from 11 patients, you have 5 patients. This was done experimentally. So there is also big hope for Alzheimer's disease. Concerning cannabinoids in cannabis, I would like to show you how look some strain of cannabis in Israel for your imagination. What are the percentage of cannabidiol and tetrahydrocannabinol which are used? So there are plants with high THC but low CBD. Low CBD, this I considered less than 5%. THC, as you can see, is over 5%, up to 20%. Then we have high CBD and low THC. THC again below 5%, but mostly it was around 1-2%, and CBD was even more than 20%. Mostly it was around 15%. And high CBD, high THC, it means both are more than 5%. So as you can see, there are strains which has high both compounds, and then are strains 50-50. These are strains which you can buy Sativex, which is very expensive. I didn't mention, but in Czech Republic it was allowed to sell Sativex. Low pension is about 9,000 crowns, and this one box of Sativex for 1 month, what need patients, cost 14,000 crowns. So how old person which is not rich and is sick, because young persons are healthy and they need such treatment, how he can call for 15,000 when has only 9,000 per month. So you can cultivate it. As you can see, in Israel we had around 5%, around 15%, around 14% cannabidiol, tetrahydrocannabinol. Are simply many strains. In the fact, these 8 growers which I was talking about, these 8 farms, they grew altogether about 250 different strains. So then you have what to choose, you have what to tune to give to patient correct strain. This is just for comparison, cannabis which was cultivated for fibers in Czechoslovakia. It had about 0.3% THC, 0.9% CBD. And what was in southern Moravia, this I brought just 2 years ago and analyzed it. It had about 0.2% THC and 0.9% CBD. And this used my friend which treats multiple sclerosis, and even this strain helped him. So he said probably it will not be in high THC. There are also, of course, this is complex of compounds which treats you. If you like to know how look strains in Israel concerning THC, usually it's between 15 and 20% THC. Very rare is over 30. Only 4 samples from 516 had over 30. Some samples were very low. If you check, it's like Gauss curve, nice. The mostly it was between 12 and 16%. Then 16-20% THC and 8 to 12%. These were the most common contents in the different strains. Cannabidiol was also up to almost 25%, mostly between 10 and 20% of cannabidiol. So as you can see, we have very good strains for treatment because cannabidiol is very important. Cannabis oil was up to 53% THC. What is not common, usually it was low because patient needn't such huge amounts, but they prepared also strong. And cannabidiol oil up to 46%. Then THC in cannabis extract, this is so-called cannabis oil, but this is extract. So as you can see, highs was 95.8. In the fact, this was strain which prepared Rick. This I brought for analysis. And other strains, as you can see, were very close. There was one, I think, around 94%. And mostly, you can see what it was. And cannabidiol, 74 samples had from 0.01 up to almost 8% CBD. Cannabis cakes are not such strong because are used for children. So from very low percentage, 0.08 up to about 1%. I wrote it in milligrams second, but it's 0.94%. Yes, so this is for children, and because these are 4 quarters, so they can use even smaller amounts. I analyzed also butter. Cannabis butter, this is just extracting butter of cannabis, and this butter, this is a regular butter which is used for cakes preparation. So when he knows how active is, how potent is butter, so he knows exactly how much to take to cook cakes with appropriate percentage of THC or CBD. Cannabis tincture is not used, was very only several samples between 0.5 and 10% THC. Cannabis creams also between 0.7 and around 3% THC. Unfortunately, today is allowed in Israel only cannabis plant, cannabis oil, and cakes. I want to tell you some very important thing. Happened that some men used the same strain for treatment of his disease in Israel, and one day he called that I don't know what happened. I had high, I was really afraid what happened, and I use all the time same strain. So I start to check it. This is just a single plant. I use bottom, middle, and top, and then in the middle of the branches. And as you can see, it differs. In this strain, I didn't put name of this strain because I don't want to influence anybody. Yes, so in this type of strain, it was between 18 and 20%. It was not such big difference. But another strain was between 17 and almost 23%. And then I decided to do larger study. And I took 10 plants and 5 samples from each plant. And as you can see, it was between 16.6 and 25.7. So if patient have just one bud, so one time it can be weaker and one time it can be stronger. So it's very important that if they use it just to prepare a homogeneous mixture, this analyze, and then they know exactly what patients is using, not to give just one bud to patients because it's not significant. And as you can see also when I put it to Gauss curve, it was also almost ideal Gauss curve concerning concentrations of THC in these particular buds. I would like at the end to tell you how research of cannabis influenced some discoveries. In the fact, it started about 1840. This was first one publication, and as you can see, during another 57 years was maximum 10 publications per year. Between years 1898 and 1993, it's before discovery of exact structure of tetrahydrocannabinol, was maximum around 85 publications. When was discovered exact structure of tetrahydrocannabinol? So you can see, of course, first 2 or 3 years it has no influence, but then it grew significantly to 100 publications per year. When was in 1992 discovered anandamide, which explained in connection with cannabinoids and with cannabinoids receptors why is cannabis so wonderful medicine. So first year, of course, were not publications, but it grew significantly, and you can see last year were already about 3,500 publications. And just only about anandamide every year, as you can see, is about 300 publications on anandamide. And on endocannabinoids, when they started, in the fact, first was we called anandamide, and only when there are several, so we start to call it endocannabinoids. So it also grew up to about 600 publications per year. And publication about anandamide is every year cited about 100 times. I check every week publications on cannabis, and every week are today about between 50 and 100 new scientific publications on cannabis. So there is enough publications. No physician cannot say that we don't have enough publication and enough proof that cannabis treats diseases. We have tens of thousands of publications, and good part of them are medicinal publications. So cannabis should be tolerated as medicinal cannabis. If they want to punish somebody, not patients, not medicinal users of cannabis, they should punish exporters, importers, and drug dealers, because they live just for pure patients. What I know, patients, they give all money what they had. They sold car, they sold house and came to apartment, you know, and they bought from dealers cannabis. They didn't know what they bought, which compounds are inside. Sometimes it didn't help because it was not correct strain. Must be found correct strain for every patient, and then patient can be treated efficiently. So, as I told you, not patients will be treated. There is something around 10% patients which will not be treated because cannabis doesn't help them, or they don't feel good after cannabis. Altogether it's maybe around 15%, but maybe around 5% these are patients which didn't use it correctly, and that is why they think that it doesn't help them. And I once cited my boss, Professor Meshulam, because he said whatever THC does, anandamide does as well. It means body has his protection, but if in body is disbalance, and disbalance is in such degree that body cannot balance it, we must use for treatment cannabis, and this compound mimic just this natural keys, so we must use this keys from plant that patient can be treated. You know, many times people ask me if anandamide was used for treatment. We identified anandamide 22 years ago. Up to date, never was used in medicine. If you look backwards, so in 1921, when was discovered insulin, next year was in medicine. When was discovered in 35 cortisone, next year it was successful medicine. We discovered anandamide 22 years ago, and it never was used because university cannot do such experiments. This can do only pharmaceutical companies. They are not ready to do just study of something what doesn't bring them money. So this is big problem. And what I mentioned already, that two scientists from National Institutes of Health, what is very important institute in the United States, they mentioned that probably in the near future almost all diseases will be treated with cannabis, because they have also wonderful experience with cannabis. At the end, I would like to cite Schopenhauer, that all major discoveries are initially ridiculed. This is what happens with cannabis. Then they are violently opposed, because started treatments, they say, no, it's not medicine, it's bad, it harms human. And ultimately accept it as self-evident, because as soon as it will be legalized, they will tell you, we told you that it's good medicine. Thank you very much. Also, the last word, I forgot that I have this slide. You know, problem is that physicians, maybe 90-95% are against cannabis use. They are just for ordinary pills, and there must be built safe contact between physicians and patients, that patient can come and tell to physician, I treated myself in cannabis and it helped me by this and this way. Now what happened, I think 1 or 2 years in Czech Republic, that old lady, she was 64 years old and nothing helped her, so she used cannabis and it helped her. She came to the physician and told her, I use cannabis and look, I feel wonderful now. So physician immediately took phone and called to the police. This lady was punished and he finished with suicide. So must be this what suggested American Medical Association, that must be really good contacts between physicians and patients, that patients is not afraid to tell what helps, because what help him, it can help also to the others. Thank you.
Ja bih prvo želeo da se izvinim svima i da vam kažem jednu vrlo bitnu stvar. Gospodin Rick Simpson je tu, neće ići nigde. Čim se bude završilo predavanje svih profesora, svi će sesti gori i odgovarat će na sva vaša pitanja. Znači, samo da vam kažem da, pošto se stvara gužva i slično, da to izbjegnemo. Hvala. A sad će vam se obratiti dr. Paul Hornby.
Hello. Dobar dan. Yeah, okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, it's good to be here in Serbia. It's my first visit, and it's excellent food, wonderful music, and it's really exciting to be here at this time with this change in medical cannabis that's coming about. This is a bit of my background. The point of this slide is to indicate that through the years I've been studying biological systems, and in that time I've had the opportunity to use very high-tech equipment to analyze various compounds and various products. For the past 15 years, I've focused my attention to cannabis research. I've often said that during my doctorate training, they made the mistake of sending me to India for a year. In my time in India, I was exposed to what's called Ayurvedic or natural herbal medicines. And I saw a lot of old people in India that weren't on heart meds or antidepressants. They were using natural medicines to stay slim and fairly healthy. And my thinking changed. I was educated in Western medical thought, and incidentally, I'm not a physician. I have a doctorate degree in human pathology, so I don't write prescriptions, I do research. That's all I've ever done. And anyway, my interest in cannabis goes way back. But I was asked to analyze some industrial hemp by a farmer in Canada. This is probably 20 years ago. And at that time I needed to get a license to do that. And that seemed a little peculiar to myself. But anyway, I got the license and started analyzing industrial hemp to make sure that it was less than 0.3% THC, which is the allowable limit in Canada. And at that time, I run what's called a high-pressure liquid chromatograph. It's this instrument here. This is an older one. I now use a newer one. These instruments run around 50,000 euro new. You can get a good used one for half that. But what these instruments allow us to do is to identify and quantify the cannabinoids that are in cannabis. And I've been doing that for 15 years. It actually started out with this little bag of tea called hemp tea, which was being sold by a fellow in the province that I live in, and little old ladies were coming up to him and giving him a hug, thanking him for a good night's sleep after drinking the tea. he wanted to get this tea on the market, so he applied to our health ministry to allow him to do that, and there's no way they would let him put it on the market, even though it was less than 0.3% THC. What are they afraid of? Over my years in studying biological chemistry and medicine, incidentally, my doctorate degree was done with a specialty in cancer research, and my study was on oral cancer. And what bothered me about cancer research is that people were diagnosed with cancer and often dead 6 months later. And if you understand how cancer evolves and how it grows and how it can actually kill you, you realize that 6 months is a pretty short time, and that most people are dying of the therapy that they're treated by, not by the cancer. Cancer takes a long time to kill you, in most cases, unless it's a really aggressive cancer on a vital organ. But I didn't like the therapies that were being used in cancer research, and being exposed to natural medicines, my thinking changed, as I said, and I came up with this philosophy that drugs should be tested on the people that make them. If you make a vaccine, you try it first. And cannabis, luckily, doesn't kill anybody. There's no recorded deaths from an overdose of cannabis. I once read that Louis Pasteur killed off a number of his immediate family members, nieces and nephews, doing experiments with bacteria. My whole family would be dead, including the family dog and myself, if cannabis was that deadly. I've done all kinds of experiments. My body is my laboratory, and I've done many experiments on my dog that I realized that overdoses very easily on THC. But what she doesn't overdose on is cannabidiol, which comes from the hemp plant. Anyway, a little bit of science. I'm not going to talk too much about scientific stuff today. I want to keep on a couple of major topics. But this is, I need a mouse. Oh, I got it, okay. This is the way we measure cannabinoids in the cannabis plant. This is called high-pressure liquid chromatography, or high-price liquid chromatography if you're paying for it. Nevertheless, the point from this is THC acid. That's when you heat this compound up, it turns into It turns into delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, this compound here. This is the one that binds the receptor, this one doesn't. When you heat it up, this turns into delta-9, which is receptor active. That's why you have to burn pot in a joint or heat it in an oven, make it into a brownie. You have to activate the THC by heating it up first. This is called decarboxylation, and is an extremely important concept to understand for anybody making cannabis that they're going to eat or use as a topical, anything that they're not going to smoke. You must decarboxylate it first to activate the THC. Note too that the bigger the peak, the more of the compound there is. So this peak is pretty big compared to the CBD, which is over here. This is what I call psychoweed. This is BC bud, high-grade THC. This is just the detector we use. It's an ultraviolet light detector. And once again, you can see the difference in the abundance of the THC acid compared to the CBD. This is the absorption of UV light in increasing wavelength out here. This is a solvent peak. It's irrelevant to the cannabinoids that are out here. I don't want to confuse you with science, so we'll move on to this list. Is the effectiveness or efficacy, meaning the desired effect of a medicine. Cannabis has a desired effect over all of these illnesses in a treatment of some form or another. For AIDS and HIV, if people take cannabis concurrently with their antiretroviral drugs, they can maintain that regimen because they don't get so sick. Cannabis will relieve nausea and the pain from the drugs that they're given, so they're able to maintain compliance to their HIV drugs if they're using cannabis in conjunction with those drugs. In Vancouver, there's a doctor who runs the HIV for AIDS Excellence Center in treating people with HIV, and he uses cannabis on his patients in conjunction with their antiretroviral drugs. I could go through the whole list. ADHD is really interesting because although some people wonder whether it's really an illness or not, but I did my best work in the hallways at school. Because I was in the classroom, I was too confused. I'd get outside, I'd focus. So anyway, cannabidiol is a mental focuser. It'll take the ADHD out of anybody and make them without anxiety. It's a great anxiety reliever. Point being that cannabis has tremendous efficacy. That's why it's illegal. That's why it's been illegal for 90 years, because this kind of profound medical effect without any deaths or bad side effects will compete the hell out of the pharmaceutical industry, which is a $500 billion a year profit industry. And the premise of the pharmaceutical industry, in my mind, is that if they cure everybody, they won't make any more money. So you might as well keep people sick. Cancer is a good example of that. It's a $50 billion a year tunnel that people go into, from their therapy to their counseling to the follow-ups and then to the retreatment. And there's a lot of money being made in that. But we have a natural medicine that treats many illnesses with no bad side effects, and it's essentially God-given. You've got thousands of acres of it growing right here in Serbia. By far, the greatest use of cannabis is for chronic pain. 80% of the people that I've worked with over the years are using it for pain management. This is pain from car accidents, falls, on-the-job injuries, bacterial infections, but chronic 24/7 pain is the best use for cannabis. I talked briefly about decarboxylation and the importance of understanding it if you're giving oral edible preparations of cannabis. I just spoke of pain. The best way to treat pain with cannabis is to take the cannabis orally or with a suppository rather than smoke it. If you smoke cannabis, you will cycle through your day with pain relief here, not here, here, not here. Whereas if you eat it, you'll go on to a 4 to 6 hour plateau of pain relief. So eating it is better for pain than smoking. Excuse me. But what you have to do before you can eat it is blow this arm off the molecule. This is called a carboxyl group, and the process is called decarboxylation. This is the weakest bond on the molecule. When it heats up, it vibrates and blows this off, which is CO2 with a proton. So you've got an arm that prevents it from binding the receptor. If you knock that arm off, it binds the receptor. So to get receptor active cannabis, you have to heat it up for a certain time at a certain temperature. How long, what temperature, everybody wants to know that. I'm asked that 1,000 times over in Vancouver. And what I tell people is that every raw material of cannabis is different. Important, I will give you a generic time and temperature, but important to know that when you're heating, decarboxylating cannabis is to seal it, seal the container. When I first began decarboxylation, I would put it into a chemical bomb, which was an iron. Okay. Okay. I would put it into a metal container that I could seal up very tightly and put into a convection oven. A good generic time and temperature is 160 Celsius for 45 minutes. That will fully decarboxylate most cannabis to activate the THC. I suggest that you decarboxylate before you extract. Now, I meet many people here that are extracting into the oil and heating up the oil after they extract it. It'll decarboxylate at a higher temperature in oil. You have to keep a constant measurement of the temperature. And I don't see the practicality in doing it that way. I've always decarboxylate and then extract. The cannabinoids are highly fat soluble. You extract them in organic solvent and then you dry them down. This is another way. This is the UV light spectrum of delta 9 versus the acid. The third peak there is the carboxyl group that blows off. This is just the absorption of UV light, another way that we measure cannabinoids and understand them. And within all those chromatograms I showed you, there's, as Dr. Hanush pointed out, there's more than 120 different cannabinoids, but they're all there in lower concentrations than cannabidiol or THC. These are the most abundant cannabinoids, CBD and THC. And I want to make a point about these two cannabinoids, which are the most physiologically relevant, although I do not discount any of the other cannabinoids or the aromatics. But because of these two abundant cannabinoids, we see their role. They've been studied the most. We know the most about them in terms of medicine. As I told you earlier, this is typical typical BC bud, high THC, low CBD. That's THC there. You add that to that when it decarboxylates, and you get way more abundant THC than CBD in our recreational sativas and indigos that are grown here illegally, but they're high THC strains. Now, this is what I call a 50-50 strain. If you total up the areas under these peaks, the THC is equal to the CBD in concentration, roughly half and half. This comes from breeding typical BC bud with industrial hemp. This is all CBD. This is, I think there's 6 different hemp strains overlaid here, and it's all CBD. This is all CBD here. All these are overlaid, very little THC. That's the only 3 ways it goes in terms of the CBD-THC ratio. I have more than 15,000 cannabinoid profiles in my data banks. If I overlay them all, I will just see 3 different profiles. You'll see the high CBD, low THC as in hemp, as you have thousands of acres growing here in Serbia. You will see the high THC, low CBD as in Albanian sativa or indica or any recreational cannabis smoked here or used here. And you'll see the 50-50s, which is the high CBD, high THC, which is a mixture of the industrial hemp with a high THC strain. That's the only 3 ways it'll go. You won't get a CBD-THC ratio of 70-30 or 60-40. It just can't happen. This is written into the genetics. The enzyme that makes THC and CBD, they believe it's the same enzyme. It's just either turned on to one or turned on to the other, or turned on to both at the same time. There's many breeders that they say I've got a THC strain of 20% and CBD of 10%. I'll say no, you don't. because that can't happen. There's a story of a young girl in Colorado, I believe, named Charlotte, and there's a strain named after her that the brothers that developed the strain said it took them 3 years to breed this high CBD strain. It's just industrial hemp. You have thousands of acres of Charlotte's Web growing here in your backyards. Cannabidiol is the cannabinoid that has ended epileptic seizures in many young children in my country and is starting to here. The mothers of the children with epilepsy have the loudest voice to the legalization of cannabis in Canada. We have a 2-year-old girl that was having daily seizures, no longer seizing, just stopped like that after taking a high cannabidiol prep. There's a 14-year-old girl that I've been working with for 18 years who is having 10 to 16 grand mal epileptic seizures today. That strain I showed you called Halley's Comet is what saved her life, the high cannabidiol content. We actually were able to seesaw her seizures by giving her more THC. She would seize more CBD, the seizures would go away. Cannabidiol is vital to therapy of epilepsy, and it's right here in Serbia. You're allowed to harvest the flower, harvest it, extract it, and feed it to kids with epilepsy, and take those mums to the courtroom with you. You'll have a very powerful case. I gotta move on. Now, these are where the medicine is on the cannabis plant. This is a 40 times microscopic look at the flower of cannabis. The medicine is in these little balls here. It's made right at the base. Cannabinoids are made right at the base of the ball and enter into that little crystal there. People often call it crystal or sugar on the plant, but when you look at them on the microscope, they're exudates from the plant, and the medicine can be actually collected off by sieving out these trichomes, or you can water extract them. It's actually hash, is what the trichomes, concentrated trichomes are hash. And they also contain the aromatics of the plant, what are called terpenes. These are the volatiles, the smell of the plant. When anybody buys a bag of cannabis, the first thing they will do is smell it. Take a nice big smell. And I often remind there's a whole medical science out there called aromatherapy that has not had the use of cannabis aromatics for as long as the plant has been banned. These are highly therapeutic, receptor binding, anti-anxiety, appetite stimulant, pain relief, molecules that are volatile. They blow off very easily. You can actually turn a sativa into an indica by heating it, by blowing off these aromatics. I have often said that the aromatics of the plant are what gives you euphoria. It's not about THC. I've experimented with dosages of pure THC and THC with the terpenes. From the pure THC, it's boring. With the THC and its other brothers and sisters, its aromatics, you get the full cannabis experience. Forget that. Indeed, cannabidiol, I haven't argued with Rick, but he doesn't agree with me that he says that THC is the big daddy delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol is the most valuable cannabinoid. I believe that cannabidiol will hold a bigger, greater future in terms of medicine than THC. THC is psychoactive. It can make you psychotic temporarily, and it can scare the living bejesus out of you if you overdose. It can be a very fearful, paranoid, I got to get out of here, I'm afraid, I'm going to die, but you don't. But if you do get on an overdose on THC, you can take some lemon juice, some calamus root, pine nuts, or black pepper, and if you eat those, you'll come down quicker than you would normally. So these are antidotes for overdose on THC. Like I said, I've been very excited about the atmosphere here in Serbia, that it's coming of age. I've often called the struggle I've been in with cannabis the rubber bubble. You push your arm out, it snaps back. You push your leg out, it snaps back, because legality is on the other side of that bubble. This kid's got drool all over his shirt. He wants to get outside the bubble. Either we stay inside the bubble or we fully utilize the cannabis plant and legalize it. I don't know what gives anybody the right to restrict the plant. It's a gift of nature. It grows from the ground. And if cannabis is fully utilized, we have an industrial revolution on our hands. Everything will change. Food will change, clothing will change, medicine will change, petroleum will change. If indeed the plant is fully utilized, it has that much power. That's why it's been illegal, because it's competed with all of the major industries since the turn of the last century, and they didn't want it around. Because you can't patent a plant, that's why they don't want it in medicine, but are they ever all over it? Since the discovery of the receptor and the endocannabinoids by Dr. Hanuš, who in my mind is the candidate for a Nobel Prize, because when all of that endocannabinoid system is sorted out, it's one of the biggest medical finds of the last century, right next to insulin and DNA. It's that important. The plant is that big and it has that much power. I would like to see it fully utilized, and I'm ready for a change. And one final note that, in my opinion, cannabis is a people's plant, not a politician's plant. It grows everywhere in the world because people took the seeds with them thousands of years ago, because it's so damn useful. And if we don't, we've got the most useful plant in the world illegal, give your head a rattle. And in terms of natural medicine, I'm a natural medicine guy. I don't believe in synthetic molecules made in a test tube fed to biological systems. I believe in natural compounds healing and working in the human body. And I'd just like to say that cannabis, as Dr. Hanuš pointed out, can treat many, many illnesses. They even make brake shoes out of it in Germany. It has so many uses as building, construction, clothing, yakety yak. And what we're proposing in Canada is that synthetic medicines can be under the Ministry of Health and natural medicines can be under another ministry. We've pointed that out. There are new ministries proposed all the time in the House of Commons in Canada, so that's one avenue that we're going to take. Right now here in Serbia, I've been telling people that in Vancouver, roughly 16, 18 years ago, a young lady went to the city council, went to the police, went to the fire department, and told them that she was treating people with cannabis. And she opened a small club in the city, and it's going to this day. It's now 18 years running. That was the first dispensary in Vancouver. There are now 53. They're dispensing medical cannabis in a knowledgeable way, in a quality-controlled fashion, to people that have a doctor's prescription. The time is now, and if somebody would like to do that sort of thing, I can suggest a program and a structure and an infrastructure for setting up a dispensary here in Belgrade. It will happen. If you don't do it, somebody else will. It's here to stay. I keep saying it's very difficult to stop the tide coming in, and the cannabis tide is coming in. I do appreciate your attention. You've been a very dedicated audience all afternoon, and good on you, and keep it up. Thank you.
ja vas molim za malo pažnje. Trebalo bi da uspostavimo konekciju sa profesorom koji će nam se javiti uživo iz Kolorada. To je dr. Robert Melmaid. I ja sad... Hvala. Ponovit ću još jedan put, obratit će vam se dr. Robert Melmaid.
Yeah, I can keep talking. I'm trying to get it so that I'll be able to show my screen correctly to you guys. Yeah, I can keep talking. I'm trying to get it so that I'll be able to show my screen correctly to you guys. Hello?
Okay, now we can hear you very well. Can you try something, say something?
Yes, I have my screen set up. Hello? Can you see the screen properly?
Yeah, just 1 second. I will put this.
Yes, I have my screen set up. Hello? Can you see the screen properly? Yes, I have my screen set up.
Sorry, just put your sound, not the sound. Your speakers down, because we can hear this double. Put your speakers down, more down. Okay, wait a second. Try now to say something.
Yes, is that any better?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I was getting earphones so that I can hear you without interfering with the feedback. Yeah, I was getting earphones so that I can hear you without interfering with the feedback. Yeah, I was getting earphones so that I can.
Just put your speakers down a little bit because we hear again our sound. Are you using earphones or?
Ja se još jednom izvinjavam, ovo će malo da potraje, a i prevodiocima treba malo daha, pa ako nije problem da se vratite ovde za 15 minuta. Hvala.
Yes, I haven't put a new microphone on yet. Hang on. Actually, I can't find the other microphone. Yes, I haven't put a new microphone on yet. Hang on. Actually, I can't find the other microphone. Yes, I haven't put a new microphone on yet. Hang on. I think. Actually, I can't find the other microphone. Yeah. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, good. Do I need a change? My speakers or my microphone? You shouldn't hear my speakers. I have a microphone on. It's okay now? Alrighty, I hope you can hear me properly. How's that working? Okay. Yep. Can you see everything all right? Fine, thank you. Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Ja bih vas zamolio da sedete na svoje mjesta kako bi mogli da pustimo doktora da nam se obrati. Hvala.
Hi there. Are you seeing my screen? Okay, we'll start. Thank you. Whoops, I want to. Well, hello everybody. It's been an honor to be here and following such wonderful speakers. Unfortunately, I missed Rick. I'm having a little bit of a problem because I only hear very loud what's coming after you say it's set on your screen, so there's a big time delay. Yes, I can. Now that's better. Thank you. All right, so what I want to talk about really is the endocannabinoid system, the marijuana-like compounds that we make, and no, it's not working. What I'll do is I'll just not listen at all, because otherwise this is not working. All right, so the whole effort really here is to provide a very big picture, starting very little and expanding to the macroscopic from the atomic level, and to discuss how there's something very, very special about the endocannabinoid system. But we can really only appreciate how powerful and special it is if we understand the underlying science. So, I beg all of you to be a little patient and tolerant with my presentation, because we're going to not talk about cannabis directly for a while. But when we do speak about it, it's going to make a lot of sense to you. So, I am having a problem, again, with it not doing what it's supposed to be doing, but in any event, the outcome of your endocannabinoid system, the more we learn about it, the more we learn how incredibly powerful it is. And I put up the whole idea of roll up for the Magical Mystery Tour, because that Magical Mystery Tour is going to take you to places where you have not been before. And I'm definitely having a problem here. So we're going to look at a variety of things as we develop, going from the physics, how life actually emerges, the nature of the transition really between the lack of life and the presence of life. And we'll see that intrinsic in all properties of life is this idea of oscillations, things moving back and forth. Just think of the thermostat on your wall that sets the temperature. And it turns out that the settings for a particular biochemical event naturally has its own limits for those oscillations. And it's very critical because everything is talking to everything else, and that's how everything works. The whole idea of homeostasis, which is really a dynamic balance, is what we're going to be looking at. So, and then we'll move into the endocannabinoid system, the great and powerful wizard behind the curtains, because there's such a gap between the reality of our social structure and the world we live in and what makes scientific and logical intellectual sense. So, you know, what I try to do as much as possible is educate as much as possible. Because the more people that know the truth, the more rapidly we will get the needed and desired change in the world, not just in terms of marijuana availability, but the outcomes from the marijuana availability. As we've heard, it's got so many different industrial uses. But what I want to get into everybody's brains is how the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. So when all of these different manifestations of cannabis utility are looked at as a whole, what we will see is how society will change, as has been mentioned earlier. But part of how that's all going to happen is because your cannabinoids have profound anti-aging properties, and we'll focus on cancer as one of the age-related illnesses that occurs. And I want to make sure, I forgot in my last presentation to talk about this, but it's very important that we talk about the role of acetylcholine in dysphoria and how we can, or it really would be the lack of acetylcholine, causing dysphoria, and how we can correct that. The significance of that is we'll be able to see how people can take high doses of cannabis and have very minimal psychological effects. And by now, by that time, we'll understand enough of the underlying biochemistry and physics that we'll be able to understand the role of cannabinoids in certain infections, in particular like HIV and Kaposi's, that from anecdotal data can be completely controlled by high-dose cannabis use, and hence the need for a means of increasing acetylcholine levels to prevent the freakouts that can occur. And we'll see how everything together will have a significant impact on our society and aspects of our society like racism and our inability to transit into a sane world, which we are now really, it's really very necessary that we do that. So, in order to better appreciate what's going on, we'll start looking at that physics. I definitely have a problem happening here. My slides are not showing correctly because I'm trying to record this because we had a problem the last time with the recording. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's not letting us do what I need to do. Maybe I will end the recording so that I can give my presentation in a more normal form. Sorry about that. Alrighty. So, what is life? The new physics will meet biology, and we're going to understand something that makes so much sense and is so obvious as you start to learn more. But the critical point here is that there's a field of physics called far from equilibrium thermodynamics, and the magic of that is that from this perspective, life must occur. So that regardless of your religious beliefs or anything else, this is how we work. So you can either say God made it this way, or if you are not into that, you know, my version of God is what I call God, generalized open system dynamics. The physics that we're talking about, how the flow of energy in our universe has intrinsically a creative capacity, and how life is a manifestation of that creative capacity, and likewise how the endocannabinoid system was selected for so that life could proceed with its very nature, which is to form complex structures like life, like our society, and how that becomes really mandated by what's occurring in our universe. So, far from equilibrium thermodynamics was pioneered by Ilya Prigogine, Nobel laureate. He got his Nobel Prize in 1977 for basically creating this field, but specifically for ideas surrounding what we'll see in a little while, known as dissipative structures. But his way of thinking is completely revolutionary and has changed everything that people knew or thought they knew, and in doing so resolved a lot of absurdities. So he likes this quote, and by the end of this conversation, hopefully you'll understand exactly why. The more deeply we study the nature of time, the better we understand that duration means invention, creation of forms, and the continuous elaboration of the absolutely new. In other words, continuous creativity, continuous evolution on all levels is always happening. And along the lines, the outcome of one of the outcomes of that, and it's very, very revolutionary in terms of physics and not embraced by a lot of people for the same reason cannabis isn't embraced. You know, it requires too much of a mind change. And we'll go into the role that cannabinoids play in mind change in a little while. But the critical point here is we are actually the children of the arrow of time, of evolution, not its progenitors. And what that's saying is that we're natural products of evolution. We didn't create evolution. We are a product of it. And the reason that becomes significant is because conventional physics, which basically tells you life cannot exist because it's too improbable, actually, far from equilibrium thermodynamics says it must exist. When we look at underlying quantum theory, it tells you that things become real when they're measured. Well, that's what he's talking about here. We are the children. We didn't create by making measurements. That's ridiculous. But it's a natural outcome from the way, from starting at a simpler understanding of physics, all right? But just think about your life. You never drive your car and have the exhaust go in and your gas tank fill up. There's an arrow to time. We get older, and that's very critical to what we're going to be talking about, the whole concept of aging and the role that the endocannabinoid system, and therefore the plant, because that is the only plant that can maximally interact with the endocannabinoid system and hence can provide us with so many incredible benefits. So here we're looking at a collection of an oil, a collection of molecules. It was an oil in a petri dish. So we're holding about 10 mLs, and when this was heated from below, originally it didn't look like this, all right? When it was heated from below, eventually these patterns formed. Now, to have 10 mLs, which is going to have billions and trillions of molecules, form a structure like you're seeing is impossible based on conventional physics. But you can go and do this experiment anytime you want, and it always works. So that means we have to adjust our thinking. And what you're looking at here, this is an expansion of that, is you're looking down at the surface of what's called convection cells that are basically taking the heat from below and transferring it to above. Meaning the heat from the source is being given up to the atmosphere and you're having a flow occurring, and that flow of energy is organizing this matter, making impossible things happen. So since we're watching them happen, let's believe that the science that accounts for this is something important, because we're seeing creation happening here and we're seeing organization. You know, typically if you were to heat a liquid, all you would expect to see is the molecules to move faster and rotate more and vibrate more, and if you had a chemical reaction occurring, for it to occur faster. But here we're seeing something different than we're ever taught. We're seeing organization occurring spontaneously and naturally as a direct result of flowing energy. If you were to turn this on its side, what you would see is that the molecules are flowing up along the outside, giving up their heat to the universe environment above, and then the cooler molecules, which are now on the surface, are funneling down like a little toilet bowl there, where they will spread across the bottom in a fashion similar to what you're seeing here and pick up more heat. So we're looking at a bucket brigade. We're looking at dumb, innate molecules that have spontaneously organized themselves so that they could transfer heat more efficiently than if these structures did not exist. And here we're seeing another similar pattern, but in this case the energy is flowing from a special kind of reaction called a redox reaction. And what we have in this liquid, again, this is a petri dish with a liquid in it, is we're seeing patterns that, you never expect to see patterns in your liquids because they should be random. And this particular chemical reaction that's occurring has an indicator in it that shows whether the molecules have hydrogens attached or not, whether they're reduced or oxidized. And the reason this is such a critical demonstration of these basic physical principles of flowing energy creating organization is because our bodies and all life is nothing but redox reactions. We are basically biological electricity, where the flow of electrons from the food that we eat is given up to the CO2 and the water that we breathe out, and in the process, of course, we make all of our waste products, our sweat, our urine, our feces, etc., as well as heat that we give off, and that's very critical. So here I'm going to show you this thing in action, this reaction. Just again, so here we have a normal liquid, and we're seeing organized structures formed, again, because we have an indicator that lets us measure the redox state visually. So this would be something that conventional physics tells you is 100% impossible. But you're watching it. And to show how insane, the establishment is, so to speak, when Zhabotinsky discovered this reaction and went to a physics journal to have it published, they said, no, we can't publish that because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which says entropy, which is a measure of disorder, must always increase. And here we're seeing organization, so therefore it violates the second law, so we can't print it. It's like the same thing we see with marijuana, tons and tons of evidence. You watch a skin cancer fall off, you believe it's real, and you get another one and you put it on you, it falls off, you believe it's real because you're seeing it. Well, here you're seeing this impossible thing happening, which tells you you have to think differently. So here I'm doing the same thing in a test tube because I want to emphasize another aspect of what goes on here. So once the molecules are quite clearly random and randomly distributed, and you're going to see that same indicator give us a purple color that's going to start on the bottom and then move up the tube. And there it goes, and then it's going to come back and it's going to do it again. And it'll keep doing it as long as there's energy happening, as long as the chemical reaction has not gone into completion, to equilibrium. Equilibrium is a state of maximum randomness. And the second law says that's how things tend to go. Well, that's correct. Things tend to go that way, but then how do you have life? And what Prigogine resolved was that you have life because while the living system, the collection of molecules that is a living system, you or me, that collection is negative entropic. It's organized, but by it existing, the waste that it generates creates more disorganization, more entropy in the surroundings, and that's what becomes the critical point when dealing with far from equilibrium thermodynamics, that the flow of energy to the environment can create organization. And here what we're looking at, and we won't go into details, but these are different chemicals that are found in your body, and these are how your chemicals, these are chemicals that make or are part of how metabolism occurs, how energy is generated, how our bodies are generated, because it's not only the energy, but it's the mass. That food gets incorporated into us, either for good or bad, depending on your health status and your eating patterns. But what you're seeing here, the critical thing is that all of these compounds are oscillating. So when you think back to the last picture I showed you, again, what you're seeing are structures not only in space, like the first few pictures, but structures in time. And when you think about our own behavior, everything is oscillating on levels that we're aware of. We breathe in, we breathe out, our heart beats with rhythmicity. We have EKGs and we have EEGs. And most significant is that we sleep and we're awake. And in general, what that means, the obvious, is that you're either resting and not doing a lot, you're not getting all sorts of new inputs from the outside, but rather your body is reorganizing what flowed through it while you were awake. And in doing that, it has a lot of healing and regenerative properties. So if your sleep cycle is off, everything else in your body is off. And we all know how well cannabis promotes natural sleep, and it does that for a very good reason. The reason being that your normal sleep is occurring significantly regulated by endocannabinoids, like oleamide, these other endocannabinoids. They're part of a big complex system of which the receptors are only a part of a much bigger picture. So anyway, we always see that there's this balance of opposing forces that we've been mentioning. And part of what is an absolute truth is that when you're having the flow generating life and then generating, in generating life, what is an inevitable consequence of burning our food is that we generate free radicals and stress. Free radicals really are stress, and what we're going to do is go into both of these. I should have had another little sign there. What are free radicals? Free radicals are chemicals that have unpaired electrons. The significance of that is any chemical with an unpaired electron is extremely reactive. So these free radicals, which we will inevitably make as a function of being alive, will damage us at the same time. And that's what stress is. In fact, any change in our bodies, in our cells, on any levels, is stressful. But if you have enough cannabinoid activity, and we'll get into this later, you have the ability to biochemically modulate that stress. Whereas if you don't have enough cannabinoids, you suffer the consequences of that stress. And in general, those consequences are the production of more free radicals. And again, because they damage everything, what they tend to do is they promote aging. All aging and all age-related illnesses have free radicals as part of their etiology. So because of that, because of those connections here and the fact that cannabinoids are able to modulate stress by inhibiting free radical production. And we should look at, I want to emphasize here, this is a very critical point for really understanding things, is that people talk about antioxidants like vitamin C and vitamin E and vitamin A, glutathione, and there's a whole bunch of different antioxidants. These antioxidants react with free radicals, and in doing so, they negate their reactivity, all right, antioxidants. However, there's another means by which we regulate free radical production, and that is by the chemical pathways that are used to generate the energy necessary for life. And some of those pathways make free radicals and create damage, and other biochemical entities get activated by the free radicals because what they have to do is correct the flow of biochemistry so that it's not damaging. We're trying to live. Our systems are trying to live. This is what we're looking at here is the physical basis of homeostasis. What is occurring to keep balance? Diseases are imbalances in the flow whereby they're maintaining life, but they're not doing it in the healthy, happy way. In other words, they're moving closer to equilibrium. Aging is moving closer to equilibrium, and death is a far from equilibrium phase change. Just the way ice and water, ice melts and forms water, the organization of our lives melt and form death, basically. And our molecules are now flowing around, not working together. But there's still life there because we have as many bacteria living on us as we do our own cells. So eventually they die, and then the chemistry that was left eventually dies, and then you have true equilibrium and true randomness, and nothing happens, which is part of what Prigogine was talking about. The very existence of time is measured by distance from equilibrium. And the critical part of that from us as living systems is we are basically time banks While we're young, we learn and grow, and that moves us further from equilibrium. Then we reach adulthood, and we start down that path back to equilibrium. And ideally, if we're healthy and doing the right things, we decrease the rate of descent back to equilibrium. In other words, live longer, healthier, and die later. So we've gone into this to some degree, but again, these free radicals, what's critical about them is that they interact with our DNA, therefore changing our genetics. They interact with our RNA, which is the expression of the DNA, and then they also interact with lipids and proteins. And lipids are very, very critical because all of our endocannabinoids are lipids, fats. And it turns out that there's a basic balance that goes on in terms of our energy production, because we can either produce the energy by burning carbohydrates or we produce it by burning lipids, unless you're starving, in which case you'll use more proteins. But the critical point here is we have a number of pathways available to us, and that things can oscillate. Those pathways are always changing. The best way to describe your biochemistry is, I know a lot of the people in the audience and in the world have used psychedelic drugs. And if you think about the visual flowing fluidity of like an LSD trip, that what you're seeing is your biochemistry happening there. That constant transition of shapes, where one shape is transiting in concert with another one, and it on goes like that. The flow keeps happening. That is what's happening with your biochemistry. I call it psychedelic biochemistry. And again, it's important that we have patterns of that biochemistry that promote health and longevity. All right, that's what I call a smooth flow, you know. All right, so any disharmony at any scale, and scales we mean within your cell or within your society, anywhere in between, produce free radical inducing stress. You know, you're getting robbed, you get stressed, your biochemistry changes, and you will produce more free radicals, and your body will respond because those free radicals will act as signals, and they will damage you, and other parts of you will say, oh, I'm being damaged, I got to change things. That's what homeostasis is. And now these free radicals not only promote degradation, but they act as signals that I just mentioned, and they also can be used as weapons. You know, radiation generates free radicals. It splits water and generates free radicals that are the same as the free radicals that we produce by eating and being alive. So we can use them constructively. Our immune system uses them as little nuclear weapons, basically, to kill pathogens with radiation, you know, the equivalent of radiation. Again, these distributive structures are the whole idea that we can create organization, we can create life, as long as we can make enough entropy. The simple layman's way of very easily understanding what I just said is that a collection of molecules will get smarter as long as the universe gets stupider quicker. That's reality. All right? So what is flowing? When we say we're dealing with flow-dependent structures, well, energy and mass are flowing. And what makes the flow, right, is the fact that we're breathing and eating. But now we come to some very critical points. What's monitoring the flow? You know, because you always need feedback so that everything can be talking about what's going on. You know, you're too hot, you put on a shirt. You're too cold, you turn on your air conditioning, or whatever. You know, the point is homeostasis, and in order to do that, you have to monitor. Are you getting too hot or not? Right? So it turns out that your immune system monitors all mass. Because you can only have two things going into a system. Either mass, you know, the food you eat, or information that comes in through your senses. And that's the critical point I'm trying to make, that your immune system monitors all mass that comes into you, and your nervous system monitors all information that comes into you. And, you know, your immune system, the bulk of your immune system is surrounding your gut. And why is that? Because your gut is taking the food and bringing it into your body. So you've got to monitor what you're bringing in. That's why if you eat something very toxic, it's going to immediately pop out on both ends. That's your body rejecting the input of those materials because they have a way of identifying that they're harmful. And that's a whole, that's immunology. We won't go into that. And likewise, your nervous system, your senses, your sight, smells, touch, all of your senses are feeding information, and that information is bringing you further from equilibrium. In the same way as you build body mass, building information, both of those things are non-random and represent distance from equilibrium. So what we're looking at here is a cell, and it's got another one of these indicators here that tells you that free radicals are being produced, right? Well, no, at this point we're looking at a natural biological chemical, NADPH, that can exist either in reduced or oxidized form, and we're looking at it colored here in the reduced form, and what we see is with time, and this is a very special camera that is able to take pictures in incredibly fast rates, so that you can see the movement right down that cell of the changing redox potential of those molecules that are giving this what's called fluorescence, the emission of light. And what we see in the end here, so we have two cells, one there and another one here, right? So what we see is this extra burst of light exploding out of the end of the cell. What you're seeing there is the chemical that was glowing here is converted by an enzyme into free radicals. This is an immunological cell. This is what's called your neutrophil. And whenever you have an infection, these neutrophils are the foot soldiers that go to defend your body against whatever the attack is. It could be a cancer cell, it could be, a bacteria or a virally infected cell, but ideally, these cells will come, recognize that there's a problem by communication through the immune system, and then they'll zap the problem. Because you'd rather have a dead cell than a cancer cell. You'd rather have a dead cell than an infected cell, all right? And that's what you're seeing here, how free radicals in your cell create organized structures, and that they can be used as weapons to protect you. And see, on the other hand, you got to recognize that just the same with a nuclear explosion, there's a lot of collateral damage. Well, guess who the collateral damage is? We are. As we protect ourselves, we damage ourselves. And as we accumulate that damage, it moves us closer to equilibrium, and it promotes our aging. And in the case of some of your immune system, it's these free radicals damaging your immune cells that leads to autoimmune diseases. And of course, as you probably suspect by now, all that free radical production from your immune system is modulated and kept, hopefully, in a healthy window of opportunity by endocannabinoids that we can supplement with phytocannabinoids when we need them. And as a consequence, cannabis is good for all autoimmune diseases. So be it multiple sclerosis or diabetes or any of these autoimmune diseases, cannabis is good for, because it's going to tone down the inflammatory arm of the immune system and the biochemistry associated with it. And this becomes very critical, because on the one hand, it can cause disease like an autoimmune disease. On the other hand, various infections have certain metabolic requirements. And we'll go into this in a little while, but very quickly, some cells need the sugar burning, which is pro-inflammatory, and other cells have to really avoid burning fats, which would normally protect you from the sugar burning, because they can't afford to burn the fats. And we'll go into that later. They need those fats. And this is another example. I'm not going to go into the specifics of this one, but this is measuring the lipids of the cell's membrane. And the different colorings that you're seeing shows different qualities to that membrane. And again, what you're seeing here is basically how there's organization, and how that organization changes in time and space. Now, these oscillations are all pervasive. They communicate with everything. And insulin secretion is an example of that. We have calcium oscillations, calcium waves within the cells, controlling all sorts of things, including things like cyclic AMP and phospholipase C, etc. And insulin production. Well, when a cell is producing insulin, it's got to make a lot of this protein. It's got to export it out of the cell. And in doing that, it's going to generate a lot of free radicals by virtue of all the energy that's required. And they have to be appropriately dealt with. Well, one of the consequences of marijuana use is a decrease in diabetes. Why is that? It's because your cannabinoid system is regulating the free radical production by shifting our bodies, our metabolism, our cells back and forth, hopefully appropriately, between free radical generating sugar versus protective fat burning. So things like periodic fasting, which is a component of so many religions, is very healthy for you. Because when you are fasting, your cells turn on a process called autophagy, autophagy, self-eating. And it's really amazing because when our cell is eating itself, it doesn't randomly eat itself, but it eats damaged components of itself that were damaged by virtue of the free radicals. So they're purifying themselves when they have to eat themselves because they're going to eat their garbage before they eat their real good stuff, which will kill you if you eventually run out of it. So it turns out that cannabidiol regulates the mitochondria, which are the energy-producing organelles in your cell, little factories in your cell that make ATP, which is general energy, and the calcium levels are critical in activating everything, whether it be production of insulin or the contraction of your muscles or your brain functioning. Everything in your body, when activity is involved, involves calcium production. So we want to look now at hopefully how cannabinoids are involved in the things that we've discussed. Hopefully you understand now that to be alive means a collection of molecules that are far from equilibrium, and that to maintain that structure is health, and that as we age we get closer to equilibrium, and death is simply a phase change where the level of organization has decreased just the way ice melting decreases. The difference being ice and water are not dependent on the flow. Those are equilibrium structures, just dependent on the environment, the temperature, the static temperature that ultimately they reach. Whereas we, in contrast, are flow dependent. You cannot shut off the source, the food, or the oxygen. You cannot shut off the getting rid of waste without the system returning to equilibrium, i.e. death. So our cannabinoids are very special again because they regulate everything. And among the everything they regulate is the free radical production, both by direct antioxidant activity as well as by regulating the metabolic profile that's generating and responding to cannabinoids. And as we age, whatever imbalances we have, and we will all have imbalances, both genetically created as well as a function of our lifestyle, the food we eat, how much exercise we do, what we do, etc. So as we age and move closer to equilibrium, the weakest link is what breaks. You may come down with arthritis, you may come down with Crohn's disease, you may come down with heart disease, you may come down with cancer, but eventually you will come down with something. Even if everything seems to be good, you'll eventually die. So the weakest link always breaks first. And we should view free radicals as the friction of life, the underlying source of aging, whereas cannabinoids, our endocannabinoids, are the oil of life, and we can supplement that oil with our phytocannabinoids. And this was an interesting little thing I found recently. There's a village in China that their predominant food is hemp seeds. And there's a lot of history associated with this in many parts of the world. But today, this one group still has a very diet rich in hemp seeds. And keep in mind, when these hemp seeds were harvested, it's not like we had the morons that regulate all the crap that we have to put up with here. Oh, the THC level is too high, or blah, 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 right? No, here, these people are taking in hemp, probably, but also has THC and has CBD, so they're getting the full benefits of the cannabis plant. And what's the consequence? It's the oldest, healthiest population, a group of people in the world. Should be telling us something. Wake up, world. So what is aging? We've already gone into that, moving closer to equilibrium. What are the age-related illnesses? It's our circulatory illnesses, our digestive illnesses, our endocrine illnesses, our immunological illnesses, musculoskeletal illnesses, nervous illnesses, reproductive illnesses, and our skin. These are all of our body systems. And they're all homeostatically regulated by cannabinoids, so hence all of the different diseases can be benefited because of how they typically have free radicals and inflammation as their basis. That's why we evolved the endocannabinoid system, and we'll get into that in a little while, the nature of that evolutionary process with respect to endocannabinoids. So, you know, cannabis is the tree of life. Our endocannabinoid system is uniquely suited to holistically modify the multidimensional interacting biochemical pathways that determine a system's health at any instant, as well as how it evolves over time. So that's pretty significant, because that tells us why cannabis can do so many things for so many people. And similarly, the plant itself is so variable that we have all of these different strains that contain different psychedelic mosaics that produce the spectrum of all of these cannabinoids that impact on us uniquely. You got to keep in mind that every one of us is completely unique biochemically. Think of this. If you're going to do experiments in mice, you go and you buy mice from Jackson Labs, and they're all genetically identical. There's different strains, just like with cannabis, and you pick the strain that is most beneficial for the experimental conditions you're trying to look at, okay? And we'll go into that in a minute as well with a strain that has no CB1 receptor, which means it can't get high at all. So this is an example here. This is that strain. So what we're looking at is what's known as a survival curve. What percentage of the animals are living? So you start off at day 0 with 100% living. And we have 3 different kinds of mice here. We have what's called normal mice, wild type. ++ means we're looking at the CB1 receptor. Did they get one from their mother? Did they get one from their father? And in contrast, this is what's called a heterozygote. This would be homozygous. Zygote referring to the genetics. They're the same for this gene. Here there's 1 and 1. A functional one and a defective one. And you can see that by 24 days, most of these mice are still alive. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Whereas if you cannot get high, you're a knockout mouse or a knockout person. And we'll go into that. Excuse me. You see, they're dying very premature at rapid rates of death. That tells you that that CB1 receptor is critical for health. And certainly I agree with Rick that THC is a very critical component. I've been using cannabis for 50 years, and I'm highly educated in these areas, and I know this is good for me. I don't want to be like a knockout mouse or have some of the other biochemical qualities or lack thereof that we'll get into in a minute. So we see how critical the equivalent of THC is, because you have to activate that CB1 receptor, and its need for activation is just also demonstrated by evolution, because in the absence of cannabinoids, be they endo, phyto, or synthetics, the CB1 receptor is always partially active. And therefore, some people it's going to be more active than others, and we're going to get into that. So here we have a nice old lady. I'm 120, but my joints are okay. Now, this woman died. She smokes it. You know, her explanation was that for her health was that she smokes, ganja every day and drinks palm wine. The fact that our government has outlawed an anti-aging drug that kills cancer is proof of their incompetence. And we've got to remember this all the time. Whatever we have to do to change the governments, we have to do that. And we start with education and knowledge, and we keep demanding change. Think of what happened in the Soviet Union and in its satellite countries. Eventually, and the fall of the Berlin Wall, eventually the people decided that they were not happy with the way things were. They needed change, and it was the collective consciousness of the population that spontaneously created a phase change, a different type of organization. So, where we are at right now is in that phase change. It's happening, but we can't let it backslide. We have to make sure that it goes to completion, that we allow for total free access to cannabis. So I'm going to show you some dramatic pictures here about how, well, before we get there, no, we're going to just look at different papers. I'm dying here with my throat, but I can't, I don't have any ability to drink anything right now. So what I'm showing you here is my database. And what we're looking at is just cannabinoid literature. 12,700, there's way more. This was an old grouping. And you can see that all these different cannabinoid activities, here I selected for autoimmune diseases. I should have had another one. Let me see if I have it there. No, I guess I screwed up. I have autoimmune, but cancer not showing. Huh. Yeah, I'm missing the cancer one. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we're looking at autoimmunity. You see all these different illnesses and conditions. It's fairly technical, but the scientists or the scientifically educated will see that it's involved in, the immune system here and responses and different disease progressions or multiple sclerosis. These are all going to be autoimmune related, okay? Exercise attenuates the clinical synaptic and dendritic abnormalities of experimental autoimmune encephalitis. In other words, exercise is good. The right amount. Too much exercise is damaging. The right amount is going to promote growth and synthesis. And cannabinoids are very involved with that. The runner's high is caused by endocannabinoids. Cardiovascular disease, here we've got hundreds of articles again on the relationship of cannabis with cardiovascular disease. I must give credit, which I almost never do, to the pharmaceutical industry. Back in March I had a severe heart issue. I actually went into heart failure. I had been AFibing for 9 years and got out of hand. I was in the hospital with heart failure. Thankfully, that's all resolved itself, but I resolved that with conventional medicines. Cannabis did not do it. No, none of the other alternatives that I had tried. So, there are times when conventional pharmaceuticals have a functional role, and I don't think it has very much to do with cancer, but it does have a lot to do, can have a lot to do with your heart. Because in general, I exercise a lot, I eat good, and, I try to live my knowledge. Neurological changes, again, here we've got 830 articles. You saw earlier presentations showing you its involvement with Alzheimer's. The critical thing here, this is a review article, endocannabinoids in the brain from our beloved Dr. Meshulam. And, what you see is, we got different receptors. It's involved in different things. Here it's anxiety, depression, reward systems, it's cognition, etc. There's significant science showing on a molecular level why it inhibits Alzheimer's, and it of course has to do with nerves dying. Nerves are very strong sugar burners, which means they're predisposed to free radical production, which is responsible for a form of death known as apoptosis. So nerve cells die very easily if they get too much inflammatory signaling, and that can occur from a hit on the head. It could occur from developing a brain tumor or any of a variety of conditions that are going to create the need for more cannabinoids. We have our skeletal system. And again, looking under skeletal system and cannabinoids, we come up, and again, this is outdated, but at that point, 43 articles, and here we're looking at the role of cannabinoids in the regulation of bone remodeling. And you could look only at CB1 activity with respect to the bone or to any of the systems that we're looking at. And if you only look at CB1 activity, you can conclude that there is often the promotion of illness by that system. And I want to clarify that a little bit, because what is really going on is the CB1 receptor, which we now know is not only on the cell, but is also actually on the mitochondria. And we know that it controls calcium channels and potassium channels, and it just does so many things. But remodeling of bone, everything in life is a combination of synthesis and degradation, all right? So when you're young, you're naturally growing, you're building the physical system, it's getting larger, ideally it's not getting just fatter, but it's getting more muscles and better integrated with everything. So you have to have synthesis and degradation always occurring, right? We need the flow. And because when you have things like arthritis, etc., you have excess degradation occurring. And what you need to do is shift the balance back towards synthesis. Well, it's your cannabinoid system that does that. And while you're in the sugar burning mode, your cannabinoid system protects you in that mode to allow for more activity, basically. Now, this brings us to a very interesting evolutionary point to consider, that, in general of multicellular organisms, we have invertebrates, and we have, in terms of animals, we have invertebrates and vertebrates, okay? The vertebrates are us and monkeys and mice and on down, as long as you have a backbone, whereas the invertebrates do not, and typically would be considered either insects or lobsters. Now, there's some very fundamental differences that exist in those categorizations, all right? Insects and lobsters, they live inside of a hard skin, the exoskeleton, right? So they can't grow and flex. They've got to shed that. They have to molt. Whereas our skin is always adaptable and stretchable. You get fat, you get thin. And likewise, your bones are alive, and they have to be able to strengthen or weaken, depending on what you're doing. If you exercise a lot, they'll strengthen more, you're putting stress on them, and they respond to that stress by growing, because the endocannabinoid system is saying, grow a little bit more here. But on the other hand, it's promoting inflammation. So in contrast, what your CB2 receptor does is it turns on fat burning, which minimizes free radical production and acts essentially as an antioxidant on a body level as well as the cell level. So back to bone remodeling, by not embracing the principles of flow and the dynamics that we're discussing throughout this lecture, the pharmaceutical company said, well, what we'll do is we'll just prevent the breakdown of the bone. Well, again, life is flow dependent. So if you're preventing the breakdown, you're essentially killing the bone, even though you may not know it, because it looks like it's getting thicker and bigger. Well, women who use some of those anti-osteoporotic drugs that work by inhibiting the breakdown of bone or cartilage, bone in particular, they would step off the sidewalk and break their hip because the bones were so fragile. They were so brittle. They were bigger, but they were dead. Well, if you had knowledge of the things we're talking about, you would have never gone down that path to begin with. The same thing is true with rimonabant. To inhibit CB1 activity because then you'll inhibit diet. Well, what a stupid thing to approach if you understand that your cannabinoid system is inhibiting free radical production, prolonging life. Why would you turn it off? Well, the consequences of turning it off were that it was legalized in Europe, not in the United States. One of the few good things the FDA did. They kept it out, like with thalidomide. But in any event, people in Europe, although they had moderate loss of weight, part of it was diet and exercise was all part of the program, the clinical trial. So how much was specific for for inhibiting the CB1 receptors, that didn't even matter. Because as I told you before, we all have a normal level of activity. And, we are all high to different degrees. Some people are higher than others and some people are lower than others, right? So you've got to be able to deal with those differences because they're real normal differences that are inevitably going to occur in a population. And we've got to regulate ourselves properly by the food we eat, the way we think. Because if we don't learn to have the right mindset, then we just accelerate the stress and the problems associated with the stress. Cancer we've already gone into a little bit. But what is a cancer? Cancers are uncontrolled replication. That means the organization of the cell, rather than communicating effectively with its environment, which is the rest of the cells composing your body, and working together collaboratively with them, they become independent. And part of the way that they survive, the excess free radical production that's occurring as a result of them not properly being in balance and communication with their neighbors and the rest of your body, is that they just keep replicating. And that's how you form the tumor, and if the tumor stays in one place, it's benign. If it migrates to other places, then it's a metastatic tumor that will kill you. Well, it turns out that all of the processes involved in that, the very initiation of the tumor, the expansion of the tumor, the provision for that facilitate its ability to migrate, you break down the surrounding tissue so that it can get back into the bloodstream, and then inflammation areas where the blood vessels are a little more open, it escapes, and if it finds a good home, what it'll do is it'll promote blood vessels coming right to that tumor so it can grow. That's a compound called VEGF, and there's tons of therapeutic developments regarding ways to inhibit VEGF. It's involved with macular degeneration as well as cancer metastasis. Well, guess what? Cannabis inhibits it. And all of the diseases that are like that. It inhibits the blood vessel development, so it inhibits metastasis. It inhibits the breakdown of the tissue surrounding the cell. So we have multiple components dealing with that, okay? And then in addition, we have receptor-independent pathways that are part of that psychedelic swirl, in particular of lipid biochemistry and how it interacts in a protective fashion with other energy-generating mechanisms. So here I'm going to show you some nasty pictures. There's a squamous cell carcinoma that was in the skin there, a little bit of a bulge, but you can see something's going on around it as well. And after cannabis extract was put onto it, the cannabis actually expels it out of the body. Now, this is squamous cell, and that has a greater metastatic potential, and it's a nastier cancer than basal cell. Basal cells just literally fall off when you treat them with cancer, with cannabis. Which brings up another issue. These doctors constantly are using the response, we need a clinical trial, we've got to see a clinical trial, until we see a clinical trial it's not medicine, blah, 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 blah. I'm so sick of talking with doctors like that. If you have a skin cancer, and you put cannabis on it and it falls off, and you get another skin cancer and you put cannabis on it and it falls off, how many times does that have to happen before you're going to believe that cannabis can kill skin cancers? Are you going to not use it on yourself after you saw that it worked because, it hasn't gone through a clinical trial? I mean, how ludicrous is that? How many kids having how many seizures do you have to see the seizures eliminated in the absence of a clinical trial? How many does it take before the physicians can say, oh yeah, this stuff works? Blows my mind. Well, let's continue with this cancer picture. Here you're seeing it's undergoing necrosis. That black is cells dying. This thing stinks, let me tell you. Painful as well. But what's the outcome? Well, here, as the treatment progressed, and this took, before we reached the end, it'll be 3 months. We would typically put some saran wrap over the extract, because it's, anybody who's used it knows it's sticky, horrible stuff to work with. And so it gets all of your clothing and everything else, and you can't get it off. So when the saran wrap was lifted off, the whole top of the tumor just lifted off with it. And eventually that progressively healed up, further healing, and in the end was gone and was clinically diagnosed as not having any cancer. And I know this person years later. They are cancer-free. This person was in fact from Australia. They have tremendous skin cancer issues there. By the time you're 70, 2/3 of the population has already had skin cancer. I have a friend there, not only is she and her 2 sisters and her 2 brothers and her mother and father, they've all had skin cancer. She grew up on a sugarcane farm, and they didn't take seriously the damaging effects, or didn't know about them actually back then, of all that sunlight. You need the right amount of sunlight because it activates and creates your vitamin D, but too much, again, everything's a balancing act. What I'm going to show you, well, and keep in mind, places like Australia, you had fair-skinned limeys leaving the London fog and moving to the equator. I mean, give me a break, you're asking for it. And, nature does its miracles and gives you cancer. Here we have, and this is, I must tell you up front, you're going to see some very, very dramatic pictures. This man was also fair-skinned, spent a lot of his life in Australia and Hawaii, and had what his doctor said was the worst case of squamous cell carcinoma they ever saw. And, doctors don't want to believe that cannabis could be good because they believe so strongly in their indoctrination. This poor man's head, what you're seeing here is he was irradiated 130 times. Now you're going to tell me that, how many times does it take for you to realize it's not working? The poor guy, he had one up here, one there, and one there. These are the leftovers. And when you have cancers that grow, despite irradiation and toxic chemicals, those are drug resistant. They've changed their metabolism. They are not so easy to kill. And in fact, when you treat them, they actually stimulates their growth, because growth becomes the way that they do not die from free radical induced death. So here we started putting cannabis topically on it. And you can see, just like in the woman's arm, we're starting to eat away at the cancer. It dug like a hole. And at this point, his oncologist, started to see pretty amazing results that he couldn't get with anything else. This poor man went to a number of oncologists because he couldn't stand the stupidity and the narrow-mindedness. When he went to show them photographs of cancers going away, he had one doctor that refused to look at the photograph. I mean, well, what kind of physicians are these? What kind of, scientific minds do we have there? We don't want to look at the data because it might, affect this and mean that we have to change our mind, which we can't do. But he wound up with a really good doctor, I must say, in the end. And the oncologist said, I can't believe this. This is amazing. We have nothing in our armaments that will do this. So he said, put it all over his head because we don't really know where the cancer is. That was the outcome. What you're looking at here is skull. It killed the cancer right down to his skull. This was extremely painful. He wound up taking it internally as well, along with narcotics, etc. But he was able to drastically reduce and almost get off his narcotics, and times get off of them through internal use as well. So we were trying to kill all of his cancers. And in fact, all of his skin cancers, all of his basal cells fell off. He also had, previous to these treatments, some high blood pressure and some arterial sclerosis, clogging of the arteries. Well, what are clogging of the arteries? Fat deposits in your veins. Well, if you're burning fat instead of making fat, you get rid of that. So unfortunately, this poor man eventually had to go into the hospital. We were helping him and informing him so he could self-treat himself for over a year. Never had an infection, putting all that cannabis oil on, this open, and they left it open a lot, you know, because it would air out and not stink as much. But in any event, he eventually went to the hospital for something else. And in the hospital, he got infection, because if you go to a hospital, you're getting hospital drug-resistant infection. They gave him antibiotics. He was allergic to the antibiotics. And he would say, Bob, I got to get out of here. They're killing me. They killed him. So that was a very sad, tragic ending for a very wonderful man. But how many people are dying and suffering needlessly because we have idiots running the world? Before I forget, which I did in my last presentation, I have to mention this compound, citicoline. Janet Sweeney from the Phoenix Tears Foundation discovered it. Chemically, it's called cytidine diphosphate choline. What it does is it produces acetylcholine, which is, a nerve transmitter, a very important nerve transmitter. Well, when you take cannabis and THC, it inhibits the production of acetylcholine. And so much of cannabinoids, like everything else, are biphasic, oscillating. And if you take too many cannabinoids, your body, if you were just bodying it, your body will have its set points, which may or may not be enough. So you go and you supplement with the plant, but if you, as everybody knows, you take a little bit, you get a nice happy high and you're feeling good, and what that little bit may or may not mean is variable among the individuals. But eventually, for most people, if you take too much, you're going to have an unpleasant experience. And acetylcholine will eliminate that and prevent it. Take it if some of the hospitals in Colorado now are actually knowledgeable enough to know that they can give that acetylcholine if a child inadvertently eats some cannabis, like these edibles. That's why they're making laws to change the labeling, which makes sense. So regulations can be good, but they have to make sense. They can't be just idiots expressing their fear and paranoia because they're cannabinoid deficient and stressed by change. We'll go into that as well. So everybody, please be aware, cannabinoids inhibit acetylcholine. You take too much, it inhibits too much acetylcholine, and you have a bad, freak-out, negative experience. You take the citicoline, not acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is your nerve transmitter. Citicoline is something your body produces to make acetylcholine. And when you take this stuff, it will increase your acetylcholine levels, and you'll come out of the negative psychological consequences of cannabis. It's quite profound. It really blows your mind. Smoke a joint after you've eaten some of this stuff, and you'll say, what the hell's going on? I'm not getting high at all. Anyway, if you take 3 to 5 times as much citicoline as you are of a strong, potent extract, like you need to do, AKA Rick, needing a gram a day for 60 days as a basis starting point, you take the citicoline and you can ramp up to that gram very quickly. And you can maintain it and be functional by using the citicoline. So everybody be aware of that. Every dispensary should sell citicoline. Everybody that's using it, using extracts, high doses, should have citicoline available. If they're choosing not to use it because they like to get the high, fine. But if you take too much, you're not going to be happy. Have citicoline available. It just makes sense. So dealing with ignorance, is what we're trying to overcome. And a survey was done last summer, 2013 last summer, among medical schools. And what they found was that out of the 157 medical schools in the U.S., only 21 mentioned the word endocannabinoid system. Well, think about how totally insane this is. Your endocannabinoid receptors and ligands, the compounds that bind to the receptors, your endocannabinoids, constitute the major neurological transmitter system in your brain. And we don't teach the major neurological transmitter system that's in your brain? We don't teach about something that regulates everything in your body? This is total lunacy. So somehow they got to be woken up. And we, the people, have to wake them up. The way the science works, it's always bottom up. It's not top down. You know, the patterns that I showed you earlier occur as a result of individual molecules working together and collaborating. Something I started down and got lost on, I just remembered and wanted to go back on, the idea of having these identical mice. Well, you treat all these identical mice in an experiment, you don't get the same outcome. Because no matter how identical they are genetically, and no matter that you're giving them in the same environment, those patterns of psychedelic biochemistry are not the same, no matter how identical you try to make them. And the same is true in all of our biochemistry. We as individuals are individuals. No two people have the same hallucinations. No two identical mice would have the same hallucinations. We are all biochemically different. Some of us are a lot more similar than others, and we'll see some of that later. So yeah, I just wanted to get back to that because I realized I hadn't finished that thought earlier. So a lot of the movement that we're having now in terms of global change, and certainly in the U.S. with respect to CBD, was a consequence of Sanjay Gupta coming out. Now, I provided him with many, many articles. They came and filmed me for 3 days. But wisely decided to present the information on the Fijis and the Dravet syndrome, and how cannabinoids, non-psychoactive cannabinoids that are illegal, can eliminate seizures when these kids had literally hundreds a day, and bringing them down in many cases to 0 or 1 a week or a few a month. So Sanjay Gupta was open-minded enough to change his mind. Long before I began this project, I had steadily reviewed the scientific literature on medical marijuana from the United States and thought it was fairly unimpressive. Well, that already is not an overly honest statement, because you don't just look at the scientific literature from the United States. If you go to PubMed, you read literature from all over the world. So how he selected for only the United States, I think he was probably just really more of a typical physician who doesn't read the science. So reading these papers 5 years ago, it was hard to make a case for medical marijuana. Well, go look at how many articles on the endocannabinoid system existed 5 years prior. Thousands of them. I even wrote about it in a Time magazine article back in 2009, why I would vote no. Well, he would vote no because he didn't have the knowledge of the science that was there. But once he had it, he was open-minded, and we have to give him a tremendous amount of credit for being honest and decent and intelligent. I apologize because I didn't look hard enough until now. I didn't look far enough. I didn't review papers from smaller labs in other countries doing smaller labs, huge labs, doing some remarkable research. And I was too dismissive of the loud chorus of legitimate patients whose symptoms improved on cannabis. Cannabis has been used as a medicine for thousands of years. So we have now thousands of peer-reviewed scientific articles. We have thousands of years of history, and we've got hundreds of thousands of people using it regularly. It has the most incredible medical value, and the researchers that provide the information for our law enforcement agencies like the DEA and our local police, and for our politicians who are making these stupid laws, how come they cannot embrace the knowledge that's freely available? How can they have so much money to do so much with and be unable to get the facts that are freely available? And we'll go into that. It's because of the cannabinoid deficiency. Here's Fiji, Charlotte. And we've had hundreds of people move to Colorado just so they can provide their kids with medicine. So is an endocannabinoid system an evolutionary tool to create and rebalance excess flow? All right, I didn't finish with my story with the vertebrates and the invertebrates. So the big change that occurred when you went to being a vertebrate is a new level of adaptability. Darwin said that it's not the smartest and it's not the strongest that evolution selects for. It's the most adaptable, okay? So what do we see the cannabinoid system controlling? Adaptability. Our bones, our nervous system, our immune system, all of those are adaptable, much more so in the case of vertebrates than they were in invertebrates. And we see that as you go up the evolutionary scale of the vertebrates, and just looking at the mind, for example, at the brain, we see a constantly increasing level of involvement of the endocannabinoid system in the most advanced areas of our brain. How do I interpret that? God, whatever you want, again, that to mean, God's will says we need more cannabinoid activity. And as life expands, we get more and more of it. We, the people, didn't make that a reality by smoking pot. That's the way our biochemistry is made. So again, you know, inflammation versus inhibiting it, friction of life versus the oil of life, free radicals versus how do you minimize harm, and your cannabinoid system has a tremendous role in all of that. Consciousness is dependent on our genetics and our associated metabolics, which we vary with our food and our inputs. The question is, are the current thermostats correctly set? And I say no. We can no longer evolve fast enough. 100 years ago, we died much younger. We did not have good public health or food availability, even though it was much more natural food. You didn't have it all year round, etc., etc. So we died young. Now we have antibiotics, which are typically good drugs when used properly. In other words, don't put them in the feed for our cows so they can get fatter, and then they won't work on us anymore. In general, historically, we died from infection. And historically, evolutionarily, we have evolved to fight infection using inflammation. But today, we are living longer, and we are not dying mainly from infectious diseases in, you know, industrialized societies. We're dying from age-related illnesses, all of which are inhibited by cannabinoids. So we have to shift our biochemistry to a more anti-inflammatory state. How do you do that in a holistic way? You increase your cannabinoid activity. We already see that too little, you die premature. What I didn't mention then was that, you know, as the government wisely spends our tax money to show how bad marijuana is, they fed lots of THC to animals back in the 90s, the mice and rats, and what they found was that the animals lived longer and had fewer tumors. So, of course, they didn't want to publish that, but some kind, smart person eventually leaked it. So now the world can know about that study. So the bottom line is we must increase our cannabinoid activity, and to do that, we must consume more cannabis, or, I should have put it down here, create more endocannabinoids. Let's take another little diversion here. How does our body make endocannabinoids? From essential fatty acids. Those omega-3s that your doctor keeps telling you, eat your fish oil, it's good for your heart, it's good for your head. Why is it good? Because you're making pot out of it. He's telling you to increase your cannabinoid activity, but only within the limits that might be provided by your eating essential fatty acids. What if those are not enough to readjust your biochemistry and you need to go further? Simple logic will say, use cannabis. But how often are we hearing that simple logic from our health practitioners? We, the people, must take the responsibility to educate ourselves and then educate our healthcare professionals. It's our lives. So, consciousness, experiencing the now, looking into the future, reflecting on the past. What determines the distribution of our time? Are we only looking back? Are we so loose we're only looking, you know, experiencing the now? Think of like LSD. That's experiencing the now. It's not functional if you were too much doing that. because you got to be able to build on your histories and work. But that doesn't mean you can't learn a lot from those experiences, all right? Now, on the other hand, if you're always reflecting on the past or trying to create the past, it's because you cannot adapt to the future, to the newness. So what are the consequences? I think that what's inevitably true is half the population, for any characteristic regulated by cannabinoids, is either going to be above or below average. You know, so we can look at open-mindedness, which is regulated by cannabinoids, and we'll go into what that really means. And intrinsically, half the population will be above average, and half the population will be below average. That's just simple, you know, obviousness, all right? Well, what is open-mindedness? It's being able to replace old information with new information, hopefully better information, okay? So what we're saying is that in the past, you know, fear-mongers promoted, and greed, of course, promoted cannabinoid neglect. And now that we're exploring and finding out the alternative, open-minded people are embracing it, but the closed-minded people are not. Because, again, it requires so much change that it's all stressful for their brains, all right? This is a clear example of what we're talking about. It's again, CB1 knockout mice that can't get high and die prematurely. You put them in a water maze. It's a big tube, a tub, with water in it, and the water is milky colored so you can't see through it. And hidden under that water is a platform. Now, if you put a mouse in there, be it the normal mouse or the knockout mouse, they hate that. And they swim around, freaking out a little bit, you know, and eventually they find a platform. And once they find that platform, if you put them back, take them out and put them back in, both the knockout mouse and the wild-type mice are able to learn where that platform is, and they immediately go to that platform. If you now do the same experiment, but with the knockout mouse, where you've changed the position of the platform. You have the wild type and the knockout mice, and you put them into the tank again, but you've changed the position of where, you know, they learn they could escape the water. So now they freak out again and they swim around and they eventually find the platform. Now if you take them out, the wild type mice, when you put them back, go right to the platform. The cannabinoid 1, CB1 knockout mice that can't get high at all, they go to the old place. They could not replace the old information with new information. What is that? Forgetting. They could not forget bad information and replace it with new information. We need a balance always of forgetting and remembering. If you remember all the wrong things, you wind up with PTSD. If you forget everything, you wind up with Alzheimer's. We have to live in between there and be able to adapt and adjust. So the same way that these mice could not learn where the platform is, when after they learned it once, they could not learn that it changed, those are the same people who cannot embrace the idea that marijuana is good for you. Now, who might these people be? I would say that they are the people who are running the government. You know, the purpose of government is to maintain status quo. They want to maintain stability because then they don't have to deal with change. So these are the people who will make these ridiculous laws and believe in their self-righteousness so much that they're willing to take healthy, happy, or unhealthy, unhappy people and put them in jail for using cannabis. The people that are running the world are cannabinoid deficient and are sick because they cannot adapt to change and because of their greed and their anger, all characteristics. You know, look what happens in Colorado. There's a decrease in crime, there's a decrease in violent behavior, in domestic abuse, and suicides, all of these things. Why? And deaths related to overdose of narcotics. Why are all these things happening in Colorado? Because people are using more pot. Now, again, we talked about evolution and how evolution has continuously selected for more pot use, endocannabinoid use. Well, one of the groups of organisms that's high up on the evolutionary scale are mammals. We're part of that group. Mammals are mammals because they have mammary glands and they take a lot of good care of their children. Well, guess what? Mammary glands produce milk that is a decent amount of psychoactive endocannabinoids in it. Why would nature have selected for that? Well, you know, an infant comes out after receiving its oxygen from the placenta, and then it's breathing oxygen, a much higher concentration. Well, oxygen is very much like a free radical. It's very reactive. As a demonstration of how potentially dangerous it could be, years ago, in an effort to overcome the respiratory deficiency of premature newborns, they gave them pure oxygen. The infants went blind because the nerve cells died from too much oxygen, activating apoptosis, cell death. So, also, a newborn infant goes through a lot of trauma. You know, its head gets squished. You got flexibility to get through that birth canal. It's going through all these contractions. It may be suffering from lack of oxygen. And then it comes out and it's cold and, you know, it's a whole different world. The mother warms it by holding it, gives it some milk. Everybody who's seen a kid nurse, you know, they're so happy and then they go to sleep. So mothers give their kids psychoactive cannabinoids and give them a buzz because nature has selected for that. And then we've got uptight morons who don't want you to be nursing because, oh, you might show your breast. My God, a tit, you know. I mean, these are the idiots that are running the world. They have to be eliminated from their positions of power. We need a balance of opposing forces. Remember, everything's a balance. So we need those conservatives that are now running the world, and we need the open-minded people that are us. And we need to jive those two and shift the balance towards more cannabinoid activity. And because we have minds that can take in information, we know that we can improve our health by using more cannabis. So one of my favorite jokes, has become, should we arrest nursing mothers because they're giving their kids psychoactive cannabinoids? Or should we just arrest all women because they're all walking around with paraphernalia? So, you know, a demonstration in support of some of these things is if you block the CB1 receptor in newborn mice, it impairs the maternal behavior as well. It impairs maternal behavior as well as offspring development and their adult social emotional behavior. So one of the experiments that I would love to be performed is I'd love a survey of our politicians and see what percentage of them were breastfed. I believe that a lot of them may be suffering from post-birth traumatic stress disorder. I call them blips and flips, backward-looking people and forward-looking people. Backward-looking people are cannabinoid deficient and forward-looking people are cannabinoid sufficient. Well, here we have a prime example of a backward-looking person. Angry, uptight moron responsible for killing how many people? Forward-looking people responsible for helping people. Now, look back at history. How many people who have been in charge have been enlightened? We've got Nelson Mandela and we've got Gandhi and, you know, I throw in Jimmy Carter, you know, somebody who sticks to good values. Whereas the rest of the world fits more under the Cheney story there. Because, you know, think back. We've had Adolf Hitler, we've had Cheney, we've had Genghis Khan and Stalin. And everywhere you look, history is full of violent, angry people, greedy to take more control, more property, etc. Well, we want to see here that these kinds of things are in fact controlled by your biology. You know, people make this artificial distinction between mind and body. It's baloney. So here we see political attitudes vary with
physiological traits. So in a group of 46 adult participants with strong political beliefs, individuals with measurably lower physical sensitivities to sudden noises and threatening visual images were more likely to support foreign aid, liberal immigration policies, pacifism, and gun control, whereas individuals displaying measurably higher physiological reactions to these same stimuli were more likely to favor defense spending, capital punishment, patriotism, and the Iraq War. In other words, there's people trying to gain control so that somebody doesn't go boo to them, because they respond to boo too extremely. It's too stressful for them. Similarly, neurocognitive correlates of liberalism and conservatism. They found that greater liberalism was associated with stronger conflict-related anterior cingulate, that's part of your brain activity, suggesting greater neurocognitive sensitivity to cues altering a habitual response. In other words, open-mindedness. And by the way, this area of the brain is loaded with cannabinoid receptors. So, survival of an individual as well as survival of the species may well depend on replacing blips who are running the country with flips. What kind of a world do we want to live in? There are alternatives, and we, the people, must control them, not we, the politicians, who are raking in millions of dollars, becoming lobbyists, getting campaign funds from all of the big business and the pharmaceutical companies and the paper companies and the chemical companies. Time for change. GMOs, all of the nonsense that is hoisted upon us. You know, in Vermont, where I now live, there's a lawsuit between Monsanto and the state of Vermont because Vermont is mandating labeling whether or not GMOs are in a product. Don't we have a right to have that knowledge so we can make intelligent decisions, or do we have to be blinded by the ignorance of these greedy people? Here's a little encouragement. This is one of my friends grows in Colorado, and this is only a little piece of it. It's 47,000 square feet, and it produces the most of, I've seen 500 pounds of clean, beautiful bud every month. So current marijuana policies are inhuman. They must be changed. We, the people, must do that. They're based on ignorance, fear, and greed. Is that what we want to guide our lives and our social structures? In reality, cannabis prohibition is a fundamental violation of human rights. Think about this. It's racism. Racism, typically we view from the point of view of the color of one's skin, which is genetically determined. Well, whether you're cannabinoid endowed or not is also genetically determined. And if you are cannabinoid endowed, you're more likely to take risks and to change things. The reason you're more likely to take risks is because you're optimistic. What does optimistic mean? It means that you have sufficient cannabinoid activity that based on your experience, you adapt to change. So those who cannot do that are the ones who are putting those in jail who do it. This is fundamental racism. This should be a human rights issue. It should be a UN issue. Everybody should be behind the cause of our freedom to use a God-given plant that impacts on our body the way this does. Cannabis is an essential nutrient for modern man. We need it because we live longer. And rather than waiting for evolution to do its job, we have acquired the flexibility of our minds to learn and to change our behavior patterns. Use more cannabis. So we are dealing with genocidal racism as a result of one genetic group, the blips, incarcerating and reducing the probability of reproductive success of another group, the flips. No, you could have a black person, and when you look at their genetics, which you can do very accurately now, they may be much more white than they are black. They just happen to have retained the gene that makes them black.
But all of their other genetics, you could see maybe instead of coming from a more recent African origin, came from a more recent European origin. But yet we will do whatever laws they make for or against racism based on that small component, genetic component. And here we have something that regulates everything, and we can't use it because these racists, ignorant racists, are preventing us from saving our own lives and reducing our own suffering? There's a very simple answer. Thank you all for your attention. Yes. Didn't I do enough?
Yep. Thank you. Rick, can you please come up? We don't have much time, so please hurry up. Ja se zahvaljujem svima što ste
If anybody
čekali.
has questions and you relay them to me, I can answer them. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Sit wherever. Huh? Huh?
Just one mic?
No. We're gonna get more. Sit wherever.
Mr. Hornby.
Jel ovaj da prebacim?
Any more mics or something? Hey, brother.
Da. Pa nek se dodaju na jedan. You want to? Here's one for you too.
Can you use this one together?
Test 1, 2.
Can you use this one?
1, 2. Ja bih vas sad zamolio, ako neko ima pitanje, da
In the middle.
lagano i civilizovano to uradimo jedan po jedan, ako nije problem. Da li neko ima pitanje za gospodina Ricka Simpsona ili za doktora?
Samo malo, ako ima neko za Melameda je pitanje, neka, ok.
Dobro večer. Teo sam da pitam vezano za terapiju autizma kod dece i vezano za doze ulja koje se daju u oralnoj primjeni. Hvala vam.
Dr. Hornby can answer this? Can you... Da ponovite pitanje. Imaju mikrofon.
I want to ask you a question about treatment of autism and doses of oil in oral application.
Well, as I've always said, the treatment using this oil is perfectly safe for children. Okay, had a little trouble here. But for autism, I would begin with very small doses, and then slowly work the dosage up. There's no danger to the child. And autism in most cases, from what I understand, is actually caused from the vaccines they like to give our children. And since 1975, the rates of autism have gone up to the tune of 10,000 times. So it's very scary what they're doing to them. But, you know, a lot of these vaccines, they have toxins in them. And when you take the oil, it actually rids your body of these toxins. So we've had wonderful results with the treatment of with autism, and it's a safe treatment for a child of any age. So if you have a problem with that autism, I think the oil is your answer.
Da li imamo još neko pitanje? Izvolite.
Hello. What about rheumatoid arthritis? Can then rheumatoid arthritis? Rheumatoid arthritis. Arthritis. Yeah. Is good for this?
Yes. Again, now here's another serious illness, arthritis. I really don't know of any more effective or harmless treatment for this condition. We've had wonderful results on all forms of arthritis, even rheumatoid arthritis. We've had wonderful results with the use of this oil. And, you know, basically, it's a known fact, you know, this is probably the greatest anti-inflammatory on the planet. And that's what arthritis is all about. So, here, you know, here's a sensible treatment that anyone can use, and you can use it, you know, harmlessly. So, but we need the right to grow our own and produce our own medicines, if, you know, if we choose to do so. And if not, I would like to see each government, you know, have a large government farm and produce this medicine for their own people and make it available on a donation basis. And to those who have no money or people that are destitute, then give them the medicine for nothing. No one should die and suffer because they don't have money. And this is the answer for, I think, most of our medical problems.
Ali ne možete duže, pošto imamo mnogo malo vremena. Ima ljudi koji čekaju. Ali imate pitanje ili hoćete nešto da kažete? Ajde, pitajte, ali kratko, molim vas, pošto ima još ljudi. Vrlo kratko. Pitanje. Sve u redu, sve u redu.
Ja vas pozdravljam i pozdravljam sve prisutne. Da budem kratka, imam bolenu unuku koja je 15 godina napunila, težak oblik kancera, sarkom, zahvat je usnu duplju, odstranjene su žlezde pljuvačne, onda poprečni mišić obraza, deo vilice u 2 puta, 3 zuba i sad je metastaziralo na pluća samo gruva, tako kažu. Ćerka nije mogla da dođe, ja sam baka, ona čuva nju jer ona strašno kašlje. To je strašno, da vam kažem, uvijek temperatura, ovo, ono, tako da ne znamo. 30 zračenja, hemoterapija, bezbroj, uvijek snimanja, pluća, magnetna, skener i sad je otpuštena, nemaju više šta da rade, otprilike, znate. I sad tu treba da se uradi. Ja molim sve prisutne, ako neko ima nešto da može da pomogne, jer moja ćerka i ne radi, i razvedena, i baš se pati pored nje. Da sam ja morala doći, ona me. Eto, ja vas pozdravljam, hvala vam. Ako možete, odgovorite mi i pomozite, tako teško.
I don't know if there's anyone in this audience that could help this poor woman, but she's in desperate need for some good material to make this treatment for her granddaughter. If I could, I'd give it to her myself, but I just don't have the oil. But at present, I mean, after what they've done to this child, or I'm not sure of her age, the only hope is to get this child on the oil as quickly as possible. And to keep her away from the madness of the medical system. So if there's anyone here that could help this woman in any way, please come forward or come and talk to her, and perhaps we can save this child's life. Okay, that's the best I can do.
And about schizophrenic? Schizophrenic stage, does it help?
Hi, gentlemen. I would like to ask you, does oil have some benefits for the human mind, like depression and anxiety, for anxiety and for schizophrenia, yeah? Mm-hmm. And does it matter, is it sativa-based or indica-based oil?
Well, I tend to use the indica strains for medicinal uses, for internal uses. The sativas scare me because they are some of the strong sativa strains. The oils produced are so energizing, it's truly frightening. Even I don't like the effects of them. The strong indicas are sedative, they make people sleep. And what I find with depression, most times people that have depression is because they have a medical problem that they're suffering with, which makes you depressed. And once the medical problem is resolved with the use of the oil, the depression just fades away. And it seems to level your life out. We're now having wonderful results with schizophrenics also. One thing we found out about the use of this oil is when you ingest it, your melatonin levels go up thousands of times. Now, melatonin is produced from the pineal gland, the third eye. And when your pineal gland becomes compromised or calcified, our pineal gland determines our perception of reality. And if your pineal gland is not healthy, there's a very good chance you could become a schizophrenic. So what we've seen with the old studies always used to say schizophrenics should never go near cannabis or marijuana. But the newest research out there indicates that this is probably the most effective treatment on the planet for schizophrenia. And I've literally seen people go back to normal. After years of taking chemicals, it didn't help them. They got on the oil, they went back to work, they went back to normal. So there is hope.
One more.
Maybe I can just add one thing to that on anxiety, that the hemp flower contains high concentrations of cannabidiol, which is an excellent anti-anxiety compound. So if you can get an extract from hemp flowers, that will help you with anxiety.
Da li možete da nam kažete u preventivne svrhe koje su te osnovne doze, kako se počinje i kako se ide, pošto do sada nisam čula da kažete tačnu količinu koja se upotrebljava, samo znamo da to leči, ali da li možete konkretno da nam kažete kako se kreće za one koji prvi put ulaze u to?
Okay. All right. The way I look at it, we live in a toxic environment. Our bodies are all full of heavy metals and other toxins. We can't avoid it. We're surrounded by this stuff. Now, I know this might sound ridiculous to some people, but what I always suggest is we all should take a full 60 milliliter treatment, just as if we all had terminal cancer. That detoxifies your body, it brings you back to a healthy weight, and at that stage, basically, with 60 milliliters, it basically eliminates any medical problems you have. So get your body back to a healthy state, and then just a maintenance dose at night, just a drop at night, and that will help you sleep, and it will prevent, diseases like diabetes or chronic pain, cancer. So many of these diseases could not develop if we were using this oil preventively. And in reality, today it's the only thing that can protect us. You know, we have Fukushima, we have the Gulf oil spill. This planet is coming apart at the seams. We need something that will keep us detoxified and protected. The oil is the answer.
I have a question about, again, I have a problem with anxiety and panic attacks, and I want to ask the solution, because when I smoke weed, often I have a panic attack. And what is solution because I want to smoke weed?
Personally, if you're using sativas, you're at higher risk to anxiety. I've recommended the hemp flower. If you take an extract from that, you'll get high cannabidiol, which is excellent for anti-anxiety. You'll take the anxiety out of your day with a morning dose or a lunchtime dose of high CBD containing oil. Okay? Give it a try.
Da li imamo još neko pitanje?
Ja postavljam pitanje za moju koleginicu koja se smrzla i nije mogla više da izdrži. Ona ima multipleks sklerozu koja nije progresivna, ali traje dugi niz godina i sa opadanjem kose drastičnim. Kako bi preporučili da koristi, koliko dugo i na koji način ulje ili šta god?
Well, I would strongly recommend that she takes a full 60-gram treatment, the same as I just suggested that everyone do. And we've had wonderful results with MS patients, you know, and I think by the time she ingests a 60-gram treatment, there's a good possibility she may no longer even have the condition. You know, like there's some people that have MS that have suffered for years, they end up in wheelchairs. It truly is a horrible illness. You know, they suffer from double vision, their legs are heavy, you know, they can't walk right. It's horrible. But I've seen the results myself of what this oil can do. And there was a young man down in Rijeka, a 35-year-old MS patient. He came to my seminar in 2012. He had double vision and heavy legs and all the rest of it. And I'm happy to say today that man can run like a deer. And he told me, he said he's taken a full 60-gram treatment, and he said the only thing that he still feels from the disease itself is just a slight bit of numbness in the tips of his fingers. See, when he had the MS, he couldn't even pick up a cigarette or anything. He couldn't do it. But now his reflexes, everything, he's normal. And he told me, he said, as he takes more and more oil, that even that numbness is disappearing. So if you have MS or you know someone suffering from it, or AIDS, I don't care what disease it is, for God's sakes, tell them about this oil. Save their life.
One last question for tonight.
Ja želim najpre da vam se od srca zahvalim za sve današnje informacije koje ste nam dali. Meni kao nekome ko 30 godina radi u apoteci, ovo je bio dan nezaboravan, ali me ipak kao profesionalca zanima sledeće. Postoje li neke interakcije između lekova i upotrebe ulje kanabisa? Hvala vam.
For 5 years, I had my laboratory in a dispensary in Vancouver that was distributing cannabis to people with prescriptions. And 80% of those people were managing chronic pain. Most of them are on opiate drugs. In the 5 years observing roughly 4,000 people using cannabis therapeutically, I never observed a cross-reaction with any pharmaceutical drug, whether it be an opiate, a psychotropic, or any mood-altering antidepressant, anything like that. I've never observed a cross-reaction. I believe you're pretty safe in assuming that you won't see cross reactions. So I hope that answers your question.
They're asking when you're going to come back in Belgrade again. Anytime soon?
Well, I hope to be back in this area in the near future. I have to go to South America in November to Expo Weed in Chile. That's the biggest hemp event in South America. So we're going to go over there and rock the boat. And then I'm hoping to come back and get a fire started here in the Balkans. And let's get this plant growing next year. Let's grow it everywhere. Let's save ourselves.
Hvala svima što ste došli i hvala profesorima koji su učestvovali.
Thank you. Beautiful, thank you. Perfect.